Someone finally pressed the button, I see. I'm gonna be frank. Disappointed in you, Porkin. You were here so soon. And didn't think, oh hey, I'm the first one here. Maybe I can like be the first one, quote unquote, here. But no, that wasn't what happened. What instead happened is that the little position got taken from you. Listen. Listen? Yeah, okay, I'm listening. Do tell me more then. You're not worried about it. Cool. Awesome. But yeah. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Welcome. I hope everyone's doing all right. I am not yet running the game immediately right now. Cause oh my goodness, like when I got this stream started, when I was also thank you, Joe, couldn't think of a name. And for getting here first. I appreciate it. You've been here like you've done that 12 times now, which is actually really good, and I greatly appreciate it. But yeah, so you know, quite frankly, I was not 100% certain about this stream. I wasn't 100% certain because like there was an aspect of me that was like, you know, I could probably be looking at like because right now we're into January 14th over where I am in Australia. Oh damn, you've been on 25 stream streak. That is actually pretty impressive. That's actually really good. I am not aware that you've been here. You've always been here. Thank you. I should really put you down as like a VIP, quite frankly, at this point, considering, you know, if I don't know who's, if I don't believe in me, Joe believes in me. Apparently there's another Pacific Rim movie in the making, and it's going to be a prequel to the first one, so it should be interesting. Hopefully they will, like, go back to more of, like, you know, the slow, heavy kind of movement, rather than, like, the really fast, like, modern kaiju shit. So, because that was one of the things I was seeing in the trailer, and I was like, I wasn't really for the combat in that sake, but I really loved, like, the first movie, and just, like, the lugging aroundness of it all. But yeah, so there was a part of me that was thinking maybe I shouldn't have streamed, because like January 14th, in less than 30 days, I need to be out of this apartment that I'm in right now. It's a good apartment. That's probably like the trickiest thing for me to have to like, you know, deal with and what have you, is that it's a 2-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood. It's in a building that is actually meant for apartments. It's not a Queenslander or some weird single story like townhouse thing that's deciding to get broken up into like, you know, lots of little units. It is a proper building with multiple floors, with an elevator, with a fire like safety door and all that kind of nonsense. Like, you know, there's all sorts. Also, 3 new properties have been added into my search. 460 a week. And then, look, like this one in the city is like 450 a week for a studio. You can't even fit a full-size fridge in there. And I bet you, yep, it's furnished. I don't, like, so, me, GrantZeebs, with my own stuff, that, like, almost, not everything you see behind you kind of thing. Like, I don't have a cork board, but we're getting there. Like, I have all kinds of stuff. I have a desk, a bed, a television, bookshelves, a giant frame of an American flag with 48 stars that I'm really uncomfortable having on my wall the longer I have it up there with nothing else. I need more artwork or things to hang up on my walls that are safe to hang up on my walls, because every time I look up at that and realize that it's the only thing on my walls, I have this very, you know, depressive moment of, if I didn't have the context of who I was as a person, and I saw someone who had an office space that had only one thing hung up on the wall, and it was a 48-star American flag, I would think that that guy is some weird fucking MAGA bitch. I need to change that. I need to add more things to this wall. But not this wall. Not the wall that I have right now. The wall in the future apartment that I have not yet figured out where in the future that is. I haven't the idea yet. I don't know, which is really unfortunate. There's one more place that is like actually on my list of like, oh, I'm, you know, living here kind of tenancy thing, or like, or what have you. Also, what is, so this place here, now it wants to increase the rent from 450 to 485. That doesn't work for me. This place, holy shit. This place wants to increase the rent from $450 to $750. That is not 10%. The fuck are you doing, Ray White? I understand the housing, like, is in a bit of a high demand because of the low supply, but you can't just, you know, up the fucking rent by 50%. Goodness fucking gracious. But yeah, so that's the kind of thing that I have to do. I have to deal with that kind of stuff. I'm sneaky. You never know when I'm watching. Fair enough. You could be one of those lurkers. Also, hi there, Tanmux. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Sir Dragon. Apparently, welcome, welcome. But yeah, so there was a part of me that was very much tempted in doing a like not doing a stream tonight, because like maybe I should have gone on to like realestate.com and started looking at more properties and started doing restrictions and what have you, and try and find like, you know, potential places and such. I'm like, there's one more place I want to look at that is on my like list of places to look at, and it's like I can't look at it until next Wednesday, but apparently people can, like, you can start moving in as early as like the 23rd. So like a part of me wants to put in the application before I've even seen the place, where like all I have to go off of is photos. But I feel like that might not be the best idea because, you know, there could be something sus. Like, to be fair, I'm looking at this property and it looks like it is just, you know, a normal building or what have you. But then a part of me is like, it tells me it has air conditioning. Hold on a sec. Functional kitchen, ample storage, open, comfortable living area. Is the air conditioning like a split AC system, or do they just have like a box sitting in the... Damn it. Okay, that's why I wanted to investigate it, is because there's only a picture of the outside, a drone shot above it, a picture of from the balcony looking over out on the out rather than in, a picture once again looking at the building, a picture looking at the kitchen that looks to have like a fleshy green color to the cupboards. I feel like that's because whoever took this photo did not take the photo with like color grading and such, so I'm totally fine with that, which means that I'm not likely going to be hit with like, you know, Photoshop edits, what's have you. And then a picture of like the garage, and then a picture of the bathroom. Although it is interesting that they have both the toilet and the shower like separate. Like they have a room for just the toilet, and then they have a room for the actual, like, you know, sink and shower and what have you. Normally, if you have like a toilet room, you will also have the sink in the toilet room just for what's Mahoozy's sake, but I guess not. But yeah, it doesn't have a photo of the two living rooms, which is interesting, and it doesn't give me a floor plan. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe they just don't know how to advertise this thing. Oh, there's been like 50 inspections and like less than 10 people have looked at it. Or is that just like made up shit? I don't know. I don't trust websites that want to tell me, you know, I never have... Hi there. Never have if I have a separate toilet. Oh, okay. Also, hi there, Witch Dragon. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, so there was a part of me that was like, you know, maybe not stream this evening and just look at more properties and such like that. But I feel like if I did look at more properties, that answer would be solved in like less than an hour. And then I would just be back in like, you know, oh, what do I do this evening? I canceled stream. I don't want to start upstream right this minute. So like, you know, this is where I am. And I don't want to apply for things right now because I still have like a property that I can look at next Wednesday. Because what if I do the application and then come Friday, they're like, hey, we like your application. Do you want to move in at that date? Like, will they be fine with me saying, I want to look until Wednesday? Because if I say that, they're probably going to go to another person and be like, oh, never mind, that person's picked it up. You don't have that application instead. Like, I don't want to be ended up in that situation. And that's the other side of it as well. Is like, what if I wait till, you know, I go to this property inspection on the Wednesday, I look around at it, and I'm thinking, yeah, this might be something worthwhile, but then I apply my application to that place and is the only one available, and I don't get it. And all the previous places I looked at and had my application ready to send into, I can't send my application to those places because those places are off the market, which means that no longer am I looking for places that I was, you know, very maybe, or like, I think I would like it kind of thing. I'm now looking for places that were not in my, you know, oh, I like this kind of thing, or had the opportunity to, like, you know, inspect and what have you. It's all like, you know, troublesome, anxiety-inducing shit. Coke Zero. You're not gonna calm me down, but you are going to give me the caffeine that I need. Alright. Let me get my Aver media up and running. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, so that's what my thing meant to get. My day as well, like, I was just stacked. I was just going all over the place. I was in... Oh my gosh, I just realized the... There we go. So I was busy at work. I was the only one there for the first half of the day. It was nuts. Excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, I was the only one at work for about half, or in my team, sorry, for half the day. And my goodness, I'm getting distracted. It's like, drink soda, turn on the game, talk about a minute. Oh wait, thirsty, water. Now I'm feeling hot. God damn it. So yeah, one of the places didn't have air conditioning or fans. It's a good budget. It's like less than $420 a week. It's a decent sized living room, but there's no air conditioning or fan. I'm having a fan right now run. I can barely feel the air like pushing down from it. I don't know if it's because it's on the wrong setting or what have you. It's not very powerful, but yeah, like, you know, considering I have like a major PC sitting, you know, in arm's length away from me with, like, you know, it's blowing hot air onto the screen and then, you know, indirectly into my face, there's a good chance that it will, you know, once I move out of the place, it's like I was very privileged for the last 2 places I lived in to have air conditioning. So maybe I need to, like, you know, not be so privileged and just accept a place that doesn't have air conditioning, and then, you know, just bite the bullet and, you know, after a week living in there or something like that, go to the owner and be like, hi, I would like to buy air conditioning. Can we please install air conditioning into this property? Granted, like, the place I want to look at is, like, covered in brick, and I think brick is, like, really difficult to install air conditioning if you want to go for a split AC. So they're going to cheapen out and go for, like, one of those ones that sits in your window that's like that's just a box. So then you end up with, like, a really small unit that's just sitting on the windowsill. Also, why are you saying my keys is, like, low on charge? Like, what is with this keyboard? Why do you not charge? There we go. All right. Let's not get distracted by, you know, the goings-on of IRL, because if I keep going on about the goings-on of IRL, there's a good chance that I am going to be feeling very upsetties, because I have a history of when I only talk about IRL stuff without a script, I am going to be very upsetties, and then I'm just sad for most of the evening, and it doesn't suit people, because Uranea Zach gets in here hearing me being all sad, and they mean the best for me, and they're going, hey, Grant, you feeling all good? Alright, so going over here. We are still in Chapter 2, by the by. We have not yet left Chapter 2. It's, like, I'm hopeful that this is just, like, you know, a really short number of chapters, and not the normal Yakuza thing where you're going through, like, several, like, dozen chapters or something like that. Considering the third world country, USA requires some states to have AC, I think AC is a need. Hi there, Meeps. It has been a hot minute, Meeps. Hi. How goes it? How goes it in the third world country of the US of A? If anyone is wondering why it's considered a third world country, just listen to you know, ex-WWE star and former congressman or senator, I don't remember which government position he had, but Jesse Ventura, turns out the guy that was in WWE, the guy that was in the Predator film, he was in office for a time, and he, like, you know, fought in Vietnam and shit, and so he was, like, you know, a war veteran or some nonsense. You am working overnight again. Ah, okay, okay. We've been waiting for you, Yoryu-sama. Are you ready to enter the fight?
Yeah.
Sure,
Yes.
I have no idea what we're going to be doing in this fight, but lay it on me. Also, I realize my eyes are doing, like, you know, considering I'm, like, looking down and such, like, makes sense.
Ready for this. Time.
Oh, that was not what I wanted to... Ah! That was a bad move. You hold your blocks too long. Oh, come on. There we go. Punch him in the dick. I was kicking him in the dick at the very least, Meep, so we got that working for us. Alright. So that's the first fight down. Hopefully, is it the only one? Congratulations! I am not... can I read all... Do I want to read all this? This is one of those video games where it's like, I love that there's dialogue for me to experiment with and such like that, but considering the mood I can be in, do I? Do I, chat? There wasn't a lot of people in here. Considering we still remember the governor, yeah, trust me, movie star politicians are very much a thing. Yep. I was watching it all, Yoryu. Exactly what I expected we'd see from a red tiger man. Thanks. And cause of you, the Akame network stock is up all over Satonbori. Ever since you came here, it's been one good thing after another. I'm counting on you to keep it up. Woo! With this, we've met the requirements to hit silver rank. Silver rank? What's that?
Hey!
Oh, the castle got this system called crew rank. At higher levels, they even let you into restricted areas. For example, there's a secret shop for super elites, and even a high-stakes casino. As you rank up, you'll fight even stronger Coliseum opponents, under lots of different rule sets. Of course, the rewards get juicier too. Nice, cool, could not care. Hi there, Omega, welcome, welcome. Here's a handful of requirements you're gonna have to fulfill to increase your rank. But with this victory, you've completed all of them. Nice work. This here's your proof of reaching silver rank. Here you go. So, after the red tiger comes silver. Yep, but to make it to the top, you're gonna have to work your way up 2 more ranks. Gold, then platinum.
Yes.
Good work on the 15%. Work on that. This is true. Silver rank has its privilege true. Since you've come all this way, please allow me a few minutes to show you around. Yeah.
Right.
Can someone double check how many chapters there are in Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name? Because, yeah, I've only put, like, maybe, like, 2.5 stream sessions into this thing, and I'm still on rank 2. Or, chapter 2, sorry. Here, we have the Fighter's Lounge. Competitors of silver rank and above are free to use whatever they like. Wowie! This place is fancy! Pretty sweet, eh, Yoru?
Yes.
A bar is a place where the most respected fighters in the castle gather. I've always looked up to them, so it's an honor to be able to bring you here, Yoru-sama. Yep, that tracks. Castle's the sort of place where people with strength and money get all kinds of special treatment. Someone there? Oh, it's Knucklehead. Or Hammerhead, sorry. Just wanted to say thank you for before. It's me, Hammerhead, by the way. Hey, you're barging your way in here because you sore about losing the match or what? No, it's nothing like that. Like, I apologize if I startled you, but you really crushed me earlier. I thought I was gonna be killed right then and there. And yet, you spared my life, Yoru Anaki. You really must be something special, Yoru. If even the guy whose ass you beat is talking like that. That's why I was hoping you might take me as your apprentice. I want to be like you, Anaki. No. Please. Sorry, but I'm in no position to take on an apprentice, and I've seen your strength firsthand. You're pretty tough without my help. No, that's far from the truth. If you won't let me be your apprentice, then at least let me stay by your side.
That was my bad.
Begging you. Sorry, Hammerhead. My Yoru's trying to avoid attracting attention, you know? Excuse me. I don't mean to be forward, but may I interrupt? The Battle of the Castle Coliseum aren't limited to one-on-one matches, but instead have a number of different rule sets. One of these is the Hell Team Rumble. Oh yeah, the Hell Team Rumble. I get it. If you're gonna compete in that, you're gonna have an ally on your side. Correct. But a match type that involves multiple combatants on both sides. The Hell-type Rumble is one of the castle's biggest attractions, and in accordance with popularity, the rewards are considerably higher. So. Yep, if you want to make money here at the castle, you gotta try it. Your reputation is well known throughout the castle, Yoru-sama. If you were to put a team together, you would fully capture our patrons' attentions. So, if you aren't opposed to the idea, why don't you allow me to set up a team registry for you and add Hammerhead-sama as a member?
Good to meet you.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll be able to recruit more allies in no time. In fact, the whole purpose of this lounge is for fighters to meet and interact. Now that's a hell of an idea. Alright, the Yoryu clan is born. Yoryu clan? I guess that is what a lot of groups go by. And if it fits with where we are, plus it's got a certain ring to it. It does, doesn't it? Alright, then it's settled. Congrats, Hammerhead. Looks like it's your lucky day.
Thank you so much!
Nice, so we got Hammerhead now. Former pro wrestler, Yoru defeated him, then chose to spare his life. The show, if heroic, he's a sport who will stick close to the leader while also being an aggressive fighter who stands boldly against opponents. Oh, joy.
So.
Do not care about this dialogue.
That is correct.
Let's go back to... Ooh, bikini. Whoa, let's get searching. Right. Might be best to find people looking for a team to join. Oh, they still have us going through this... I want to go back to the story. I want to... Hang on, do I talk to this person?
Hey. Yeah.
What are they... Alright, so we got you. And then...
Nani?
Okay, so that's if I wanted to give a gift.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this is just introduction to a system I do not want to engage with.
Oh.
Especially not engage with on stream, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Phoenix and it used to just be Amaki before they saw no matter how hard I get hit, I always get up again just like a phoenix. Nice! Ding dong.
Doryu.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, why are you forcing me into these systems? Like, why? Why am I being forced into all these different systems? This doesn't, like, this isn't progressing the main story for me.
Right.
Sure thing.
Dory-sama.
You ready for this?
Ah.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, I'm... All your allies. Defeat all the enemies within the time limit.
Let's go.
All right, let's see what happens. For 10 seconds, greatly increases. Hey, nice, okay. And then they all gang up on the last guy there. There we go. Very girl-like. What, the mask? That was what they forced me to wear in the story to go through the 3 rounds to get the information of something or other. So yeah. Another, like, third-party system I'm not interested in. Fantastic, Yoryu-sama. Your debut in the Hell Team Rumble thrilled the audience as always. Is no doubt etched in the memories of all who spend their time. Yes! We can head back to Sotenbori and get stuff done. Also, why the fuck is there a... Oh, nice. We can just smoke here real quick. Is there any benefit to me smoking, or is this just gonna be like a quick PSA of, nice work, you just made Kiryu even weaker by smoking a cigarette? There we go. Oh, lol, it fully healed me when I went for a cigarette. That is not what I was expecting. Also, hello, sexy lady. Ooh, recruiter? I know the perfect. There's a small, of course, and I'm the lowest rate. No. $100,000 is a very ridiculous price. Alright, back up into the central street. As much as I would love to oogle the bunny ladies and the bikinis and what have you, I have a main story that I would like to go through. I engage with games for the mechanics and for the story, and if I'm streaming, it's probably gonna be for the story. Back to Sotenbori we go. Get another sip of my water. Oh, Meeps! There is a new redeem. There is a new redeem called Pick a Shirt.
Hey. Right
now, you can go with random because that's like one of the examples. But there will probably be a bot message at some point that will tell you some of the different random shirt designs that I have so far. So I've got things like Why I'm Single, Fat Wolf, Halloween, Halo, Final Fantasy, God of War, Ratchet and Clank. I've got a few. Hey, Joryu, did you know that there are certain places you can and can't go in the castle?
Sure thing.
Yeah, I was aware. You already explained to me that.
Over here.
If you...
Guess so.
meet the castle, raise the thingamadiggy, increase the fame.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. I won my fight. Maybe I should pay to ask him about the gadgets. Cool. So there's a random sub-story. Tom told me there's some new hotshot at the conceal. I don't appreciate how you skipped out on giving me a friendly self-introduction. I say have a go around with me, and I'll even fork over the big bucks if you win. I'm waiting for you at the gambling den in the... God fucking damn it. Now I'm getting, like, all these, like, text messages. Hi there, Nightman! Welcome, welcome. I am distracting myself from the pressures of finding a new place to live by playing through some Yakuza Like a Dragon. Or, sorry, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Can't keep my stories straight. Get bunt. There we go.
Waste of time.
You say that, but they were in my way. If you're gonna piss, then piss elsewhere. Weird gentleman. Meow, meow. I got distracted for a little minute and I looked down at my phone and then... Oh. Love the ragdollin'.
Have a little rest.
There we... Oh yeah, there's the announcement message there. More kinds of shirts. Himbo. Spider-Man. Pornhub. I've got all sorts.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとう。
Just grabbing random items, because, you know, just in case. Oh, he wants a photo. Damn it. I thought he just wanted something, but okay. Oh, hello, an item. Golden plate, I will accept that. Alright, let's see if I can get past these guys before they cause trouble. Nope, never mind. Yeah! The true Japanese experience, buying food at the convenience. You can buy anything from a Japanese convenience store. It is an interesting, it is an experience you can have in Australia, but not the same experience. Alright. Is this guy gonna give me another gadget?
Sure you.
Sure you're back. Heard you been crushing it at the Coliseum. I can't believe you put down Hammerhead so easily. You're exactly the man I thought you were. It's all thanks to you. With your help, I earned a nice bit of cash, too. Well, that's just the first step on your journey. If you're gonna fight, you might as well aim to be the best. If you can conquer the castle's strongest using my weapons, I die a happy man. If you might have heard yet, but the castle's long been ruled by 4 unbeatable champions. They call themselves the 4 Kings. Kings, huh? So they distinguish themselves even among the Colosseum's cutthroat competition. Naturally. Every one of them is platinum rank. They're the elite of the elite. And the most powerful of them all, perched atop the castle's throne, is the man who smashed my youthful dreams to smithereens.
What?
Oh, really? It was well on 20 years ago now. I was traveling and training in day and night on my quest to be the world's greatest. I crisscrossed the globe, searching for anyone tougher than me. Every sight I saw, every whisper I heard, I lapped him up greedily. I was pushing at the very limits of human strength! Or so I thought. What should I do? Something tells me this is gonna be a long story. Oh, you know what? I'll tell you later. Yeah, it must be about ready to drop. I'll save the boring old story for next time. If you say so. I really don't mind, though. You really are a special man. I'm crazy about you and your strength, Yoru. If anyone can blow the top off the castle, it's you.
You really saved me.
How's it going, Wild Saber, by the by? You doing good? I am distracting myself from looking at house properties and dealing with weight and what have you. Although I've not been doing too bad with my weight. I've gone back onto the shake diet, and because of doing like additional walks on Tuesday when I normally work from home and then heading off to, you know, like a little trivia thing, I didn't eat anything like outside of the diet restriction. So I actually was able to lose like almost a kilo in the span of a day, amazingly enough. So yay. I imagine the next day, however, I won't, like, it will be like, because I was averaging about like 300 grams a day or something like that. I'm one of those kinds of people. I don't just weigh myself like once a week and be like, yes, this was a very productive week. I've lost approximately da-da-da-da. I'm one of those kinds of weird people where it's like, I wake up, I go to the bathroom, I'm checking on my TikTok. I then open up the digital weights app that's on my phone, set it to the side, and then I stand on a set of weight scales that are like Bluetooth connected. Because I'm one of those weird kind of autistic people where I love good data entry. And good data entry requires multiple entries of data to create an accurate sort of telling of the, you know, the comings and the goings. So yeah, so I like track my weight like daily just to see, you know, the graph do the thing. This old fossil's dreams come true. Keep up the good work. Was that it? Is that all we were talking about? Please take us to the next story, please. Cutscene.
Joe, it's Hanawa. We've arrived at the hideout. There's a club called Lady Paradise down an alleyway in West Shofukucho. Look for the pink lantern on the ground. You'll find a door nearby surrounded by a chain-link fence. Can you meet me there?
How's it going with Cerno?
No particular problems. He's behaving himself.
Good. I'll see you there.
Now, there was like a mechanical whatsamacoozy with the... There we go. Oh wait, that's not the thing there. Where is the thing?
A key.
Nice. Alright, where's the drummer boy? Oh, there it is. There's the wacky drummer boy. Alright. What's this guy's problem? Picture of a black car in a parking lot. Oh, okay. Yum. Oh, gyoza sounds good. I'll put that on my list. I normally keep a list of, like, foods that I'm having a hankering for while I'm on my diet. Weirdly enough, sushi has been on there since last year. Haven't gone for like I want to go for like a sushi train though. I don't want to just like grab, you know, a California roll from like Woolies or something like that. I want to get like a decent I want to go to like a sushi train for my stuff. All right, gear. So that does bleed resist. Oh wait, no, this does still do resistance. Okay, so that gives me attack boost. That gets rid of bleed resist. I do like keeping bleed resistance though. I feel like keeping the bleed resistance is a good idea. Because way too many peeps have like have a knife on them and such. Oh, hello. You hungry for sushi? Here's a sushi set. There we go. Just get more and more of those, like, helping thingamadiggies out of the way. This guy wanted the drum thing, so I'll give that to you, Toot Sweet. Because I also get money for it. just odd favors while I'm busy trying to get more of the quests out of the way. Alright. Yep, so there's the lantern. So then we go over this way, and we get to a chain link fence, which is over here, to meet up with the guy. This must be the place. Just one of the many Daidoji bases that Hanawa mentioned. Nice. Ah, yes. No, actually, it's a little decrepit.
Joryu, over here.
Got it. So the Daidoji have hideouts in Sotenbori too?
They have hideouts
They're all
everywhere,
over
I
the
mentioned. Yep,
But
just as he
admittedly,
said.
They're not usually this crowded.
Ooh,
We're in a state
okay.
of emergency.
What's the emergency, my
There's
man?
no telling how far word of your survival has spread through Omi ranks. We're currently looking into how to solve this situation.
Surno's here too?
Yes, he's in the interrogation room. We haven't been too rough with him. But of course, I can't promise that will continue to be the case.
Did you get anything out of him?
Just casually smoking after a
Nothing more
tough
than what
session
you
of
and I already
interrogation.
know.
Glad to see you back safely, Hanawa.
My apologies for making you worry. But what brings you to Osaka? I don't remember calling you, Yoshimura-san.
The boss had me come and assist you. No need to glare at me like that.
You left a comrade to die just to save your own hide. Did you expect a warm welcome?
Your efforts to secure Hanawa's safety are appreciated, Joryu. However, the fact remains that you disobeyed direct orders. I won't forget that anytime soon.
So, do you need something?
The boss would like to have a word with you.
Over here, please, Hanawa-san. He's on the line now.
Very well.
That means you too, Joryu.
Oh,
You
okay.
heard her.
We're having a
Over
fun
here.
little conversation then,
Who's
aren't
this
we?
boss of yours?
He's within the upper echelons of the Daidoji faction.
Ooh,
In
excuse me.
truth, I don't know much about him.
So he's the one pulling the strings, huh?
I won't say you ought to be nervous, but do try to take this seriously. After all,
Oh, absolutely.
I have a position to maintain.
There you are, Hanawa-kun. And this must be Joryu, correct?
That's right.
Hello.
It's thanks to him that I'm alive.
Or you could say it's thanks to him you were endangered in the first place.
Hey.
He allowed his identity to be discovered, did he not?
Not my fault.
Watase of the Omi Alliance was one step ahead of us. The recent smuggling operation was a ruse to acquire proof of Kazuma Kiryu's survival. They outwitted every single one of us.
While that may be, our agreement with your agent has still been violated. Kazuma Kiryu agreed to die for us, so that we may maintain our organization's security. Our terms stated that he would ensure knowledge of his survival does not make its way to the general public. If he cannot maintain his end of the agreement, we would have no obligation to maintain ours. Don't you agree, Kiryu-san?
What would you have me do?
Get rid of any evidence that points to you being alive. You can start with the man in the cell over there, Surno. Next is subordinate Shishido. Then you'll silence Surno's lackeys, the ones who tortured Hanawa-kun. They're all members of the Watase family, correct? How many in total?
What?
There were 25.
You must be joking. You want me to kill all of them?
Does
Yes.
Kiryu doesn't kill people? The fuck is up with that?
Through Watase. It's a pity there isn't some other way to silence them. But they are no more than Yakuza, after all. And cruelty is the way of the Daidoji. A word of caution, though. Fail me in this, and there will be no second video call. If you value your life, show us we can value it again, too.
Kiryu-san, I understand how you must be feeling, but please don't disobey him.
What?
In a large organization like Daidoji, rules must remain ironclad. It's the only way to maintain order. These are the sort of people you enter to deal with. Should you choose to make light of the boss's words, you won't be the only one who's punished. The very people you gave up your life to protect will be affected. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kiryu-san? Guess it's your turn to interrogate me. Oh. Wait, hold on now. You haven't heard all I know yet.
Oh. A raid? Zathium! Hi! Welcome, raiders! Welcome! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. It has been a while since I've, like, properly got into, like, you know, the cadence of streaming. It's, like, my first week, like, back in the new year doing it as regularly. Thank you so much, Zathium, for the raid. Thank you, Pup Sentinel, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. How was the card shop simulator? I have seen so many different simulators, so forgive me if this one has, like, you know, eluded me, because as far as I understand, you're just middle management in a card shop, right? You're just maintaining it and what have you. Hiya, I wish I could hang out longer, but I have to take a friend to the airport right now. I'll be back in a while. Not to worry, Zathium. Real life takes priority over streaming. Thank you so much for dropping your community over here. Thank you, Pup Sentinel. Thank you, Aslan. Thank you, Faded Foxo, for coming on over. I greatly appreciate it. And I will do my best to keep the rest of your audience, you know, entertained and what have you. I haven't been into streaming for, you know, for a little bit, because this is only like my second or third time of streaming this year, so this week has been like properly getting back into it, because I started streaming more of Like a Dragon Gaiden on Monday, and so I'm streaming more of it tonight, because I only have until the 20th of January to get this game done, or else I won't be able to play the rest of it again. So
enough of your Yakuza shit show for a lifetime. You understand, Joryu. You get this one chance to prove your loyalty.
It's the only way forward. Unfortunately.
This is not a good thing.
It must be cinched on there real tight. That collar they got around your neck.
Oh, okay.
Joryu!
Everyone back up.
Interesting.
Tsuruno, you're getting out of here. You'll be safe once we make it outside of the building. Your Omi crew's out there, staking out the place.
You're really fucked now, Joryu.
The hell, Tsuruno! Go!
I'm sorry, a whole crew, like, failing to catch one guy.
Shit!
So how do you want this to play out now? It's not just your life that's at stake here. Now the kids in Okinawa are—
Shut your mouth! You will not lay a single finger on them.
Fine then. I'm afraid this is a decision you cannot come back from. I didn't want this. I'm sorry.
Alrighty. Let's get dangerous!
Why must you always do this?
How about you ready for this?
How about this?
Nope, damn it. There we go! Big hits, let's go. Wait, can I pick up the couch? No, I cannot. Oh, nice! I get to do 2! Oh, there we go. I did that at, like, the weirdest time as well. There we go, and oh, I thought that would have disabled him at that point. Hopefully that gets him out of the way. There we go. That gets him out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna need to drink something, otherwise I'm gonna be in trouble. Good amount of health, good amount of heat. Let's go with you. Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. All right, there we are.
Let's go.
Oh, I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Why would you do this to me?
Don't be shy.
What if we held hands as a treat?
You got it? Nah, we don't. Ah! How's it going, Blue? How goes this? I think you were playing Stardew Valley when I was like last chatting with you and what have you. I've looked at a few places. I've decided to like leave the submission thingamadiggy across 2 of the places I've looked at, and I've gone and started a draft on the place that I haven't yet looked at.
Please, you must hang up the phone.
Oh, I've submitted like 4 times.
You're trying to
past.
reach Morning Glory Orphanage, aren't you? Did you plan to tell the children to run? It's too late for that. I never wanted things to turn out like this, but you forced my hand, Kiryu-san. Daidoji agents are already in position.
So, we've kind of put ourselves in a bit of a problematic position.
There are as many agents as there are children.
Hanawa.
Hello, may I ask who's calling? Hello?
Ooh, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Okay, I'm hanging up then.
If I give them the signal, they will immediately get into position. The Daidoji were right to take precautions against you. This is live footage. Everyone, can you give us a wave?
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Sir Dragon. Bit late to it because, you know...
Hanawa. Call off your men from Morning Glory. Please.
I will. As soon as you demonstrate your willingness to obey. You understand, don't you? I don't want to do this either. Kazuma Kiryu is now Joryu once again. Pull out of Morning Glory. Leave the rest to me.
Actually, the lights are getting, like, really dark now, so I need to turn on the overhead light. Hang on a second. What did Infra say? So you were playing something Dragon related, so thought I'd check in on you. Nice outfit, by the way. Thank you.
Why did you do something so foolish? All you had to do was shoot Surano.
Also gonna see if this makes the fan go faster or not, so... Like, Kiryu, you're a confusing person. Like, did you actually, like, have a plan of, like, oh, by releasing him, we can now like, you know, watch his movement, because he's gonna go straight to who we care about, who know about our identity. We had to make it look convincing by not letting you in on the plan at this point.
This happen?
Never mind, he's just decided to... Cool, awesome, so that's the end of Chapter 2. The man who knew too much. Okay. Also, can someone double check how, also, I just realized I'm not sitting in my, my streaming VC, so I should go in there, so then that way, if there are people in the private, Discord that would like to interact, who would like to converse and what have you, they can do so. Alright, here we go. Here's the guy again.
Time for your punishment. Must have felt like ages. What was it you said? Just get it over with already? Get him on his feet. We're taking him to Hanwha.
How many days?
Been 3. 3 days since you let Surano get away. Did you really think he'd come back to save you? Aw, too bad.
The kids. Are they all right?
And what's knowing that get you, huh? But I'm feeling merciful today, so I'll tell you. Nobody laid a finger on them. They still think you're dead, and they're still doing just fine. Can't imagine that'll change when you actually die today.
I'm grateful.
That's not good.
Huh.
Kiryu-san.
Wait, are they just gonna shoot us here?
Do me in.
I thought we were going to Hanwha to get killed.
I guess it could be worse.
Hanwha has always served the Daidoji well as a manager.
Oh yeah, he's Hanwha.
This was a disaster, a real goddamn mess. His inability to control one agent has now put the entire group at risk.
Oh, please don't tell me
And
they're gonna kill Hanwha.
we'll make him reap what he's sown.
Oh, okay, he's just gonna kill us. Oh, we don't even get shot in the face? We get shot in the back.
On your knees, Kiryu. Make your last moments dignified.
I know he's not gonna die here, because, like, he's gonna be... Because we still haven't gone through the Like a Dragon, moment, where
You're
he's
up, Hanwha.
over at the Disillusion.
It's time for
and
you
I'm
to
pretty
prove
sure
your
he's in the
loyalty.
next game, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth as well, so...
Though you may owe Kiryu your life, he's defied us twice now. Any problems with that?
Ah. I still can't believe it. The Dragon of Dojima. The man who survived hell itself. Time and time again. Kazuma Kiryu. With his life in my hands.
Yeah.
Snuffing out your own agent. It's pretty fucked, isn't it? Don't worry. Your colleagues are here to help.
Oh, yeah. That...
Less guilty now, right? It's not like you had a choice. Don't overthink it. All you need to do is pull the trigger. Try anything else, and you'll be next.
It's fine, Hanawa. I'm a dead man. Met my end 3 years ago. Don't worry, I won't hold a grudge.
That's kind of a good thing.
Everyone else always comes first. And you're always
right. Like, any other time in the past, like, people have, like, gone after Kiryu and, like, failed. It's like, oh, I'm gonna figure out why the fuck people are coming after me.
Gotten you killed yet.
Hanua.
The only reason that I'm still alive right now is because this man saved my life. And it wasn't just once. He saved me 2 times over now.
If that's how you want it.
No! What are you doing, Hanawa? Pick up the damn gun!
I was prepared to die today. However,
I've only known this man for like 2 chapters. The emotion that you're expecting me to have at this point is not getting me.
Can't bring myself to kill you.
All right, then.
Don't!
What?
Didn't think you had it in you. Look at that.
You've passed the test. Both of you.
What test?
Boss.
Are you going to explain yourself now?
We appreciate you coming all this way.
Kiryu-san, Hanawa-kun, please excuse our methods. It is clear now. The 2 of you have forged a bond beyond rank or title. Those who achieve as much are the true pillars of the Daidoji.
What's this all about?
The duty of manager and agent is to know one another better than anyone else. Care and concern are unimportant. But Kiryu-san, it's quite plain to see that Hanawa-kun is more to you than a mere manager. Were that not the case, your story would have ended just a moment ago. Hanawa-kun's gun was loaded. I made sure of it.
Okay. That would have been troublesome.
Hanawa, pull the trigger on the old man.
This is no time for jokes. I'm still trying to settle my nerves.
This decision was unusually lenient for the Daidoji, but there's a reason for it.
I'm guessing the Daidoji
right,
wants
Surano-san?
us. What in the fuck?
You again.
Properties belonging to the Omi Alliance. Front companies owned by the Watase family. That's at least 50 billion, you know? And the boss left it all to me. So happened to also be the price that Daidoji gave for your life, Kiryu-san.
50 billion in yen.
All this just to get you to join us.
That's right. 50 billion's the type of sum that can bring a man back from the dead. It was certainly enough to convince the Daidoji to find some flexibility. But we needed something more. So all it bought you was a chance. A chance for Hanawa-kun to show us what we needed to see. Looks like our little gamble paid off. Now the terms. You lend your services to the Watase family for the extent of their job. Kazuma Kiryu's survival will be temporarily disclosed to them, and only them. It will be difficult, and it will be risky. I presume that won't pose a problem for you?
So the Daidoji gets 50 billion. And I'm the only one that gets my hands dirty.
Nah.
You are free
It is
to
what it
refuse.
is.
It makes no difference to me.
He still gets the
We'll
50
simply
billion.
Return the 50 billion, and you'll simply have to die.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was gonna keep the 50 billion anyway.
Tsuruno-san.
I get it. This isn't really a choice. But I have one condition.
Kiryu-san.
Very well. Let's hear it.
Spying on the kids in Okinawa. That stops now. Right now, you can wipe them out with a single phone call. So if you don't accept these terms, then I choose death. With me gone, there'd be no need to keep watch at Morning Glory. Isn't that right?
Let's say I do agree to stop surveilling them. How will you be sure that I've followed through? You do realize you can't know for certain.
When it comes to keeping promises, I trust the faction. We wouldn't be here talking otherwise.
Indeed. We certainly would not.
That's quite a bit of
I
trust.
accept your condition. You have my word on it.
Well, that's that then.
That's
the deal's
that.
done.
Yeah, seems that way.
Was it not enough that I spared your life? You had to go and make demands too?
Hmm.
And that's not even
You had to do
mentioning the
something.
50 billion. Either you're just that good, or Watase's just that stupid.
It can be both.
Time for you to shut your trap. Anyone ever tell you you talk too fucking much?
I don't see why they would.
Goddamn idiot. Nobody's saying it to your face is all.
Well, that's just absurd. Oh.
Kiryu-san, I'm not gonna rush you into anything. I want you focused on getting better, yeah? I'll call you in a few days. And I'll fill Akame in too. Paying her a visit might calm your nerves, don't you think?
Yeah, you're right.
Ah, our exalted priest. Looking for me?
Oh, hello, priest.
I am. I wanted to thank you for your assistance, boss.
After you begged me to spare their lives, it became clear that Kiryu-san and Hanawa-kun were too valuable to let go.
So many people are batting for us.
50 billion from the Watase family, though. Now we finally have some room to negotiate with the bigwigs.
Blessings do seem to follow Kiryu-san, don't they?
You absolutely do.
Listen to
Jesus.
you. Almost sound like an actual priest. Don't tell me that disguise is rubbing off on you.
Oh, kind of you to say.
Pretty tired from all this. I should rest until I hear more. Got you. Anything in here? Yeah. Of course he's upset. They're all paranoid as fuck. And then the Sega Master System. Wait, we can just play the Sega Master System? Didn't realize that was an option. Ugh, excuse me. Plate. There we go. Fully heal is fine now. And let's get out of here. No need to dawdle. We're just gonna run straight from one mission to another. Oh! Thank you, Omega, for, you know, keeping up the 5 stream watch thingamadiggy. I greatly appreciate it. One of the things as well, from what Infra mentioned about, like, the outfit and what have you, is, one of the things that I've added, you'll get, like, you'll see a little message. Actually, yeah, you just saw the message just there. Also, hi there, bestest boy. There is a shirt redeem. That is, like, so you can do more than just steal my shirt now. You can change the design of the shirt based off of, like, you know, a key phrase or something like that.
Have a little rest.
Isn't that neat? Oh, let's save this guy. Ooh, 150,000. Nice. All right.
How about this? Time to
Here we go. And I missed that prompt again. Yeah! Kicked him. Right in the nuts. But yeah, hi, bestest boy. Alright, defeated him, got some money, good for us, and we got quite a lot of points, so that should hopefully increase... I didn't increase it to the max level, which is a shame. Alrighty, actually, can we get something here? No, okay, I thought that was like a food joint. I need a food joint really quickly to, like, up my health real quick. Oh, there's more people to fight, so might as well go for that as well. Yep, this will be a quick and easy one.
Here we go.
Just kept him up in the air, rope-a-dope. There we go! Don't know how I did that, but it was fun to do. It was very fun to do. Defeated all them, got some money. Leveled up the Akame network, and we got some more points. Now we can upgrade this to max, which I honestly think would be a good idea. And then... so that upgrades our health even more. That boosts our attack. Increasing gear requires a lot more money. Essence of the face stomp. Press Y after a sprint attack Y. Ultimate counter damage up. Unflinching, undying. The art of smoking activates when smoking and smoking. Find a new reason to smoke. Alright. Color me curious. What does it do? Oh, it probably, like, fills my heat gauge once I've done the thingamajiggy, actually. Taunting everyone, boosting the recovery. Eat even on a full stomach, which I can't do at this point. Increasing spider. While holding R1 and holding... and we got power spool. Increasing the hornets. Not really using these gadgets very much. Quick step strike. End on a high note of throwing techniques. From ultimate counter, press O, then O. Okay. And then, while in extreme, press O after the first hit from the finishing blow. Press A and then A while holding thingy. Triple finisher. The countdown. While surrounded by enemies. Oh, Tiger Drop. I remember this. This is like apparently a stance where it's like you could hit people and negate any damage. Enter with stance. Press right before the attack lands. Can't do that. Boost attack after performing a heat action. And then grab an opponent, press Y near another. Your health must be full. Press Y near while in a fighting stance. I like the idea of getting like more like equipment slots. I feel like that would be good. So I'll save my monies. Oh, food. There we go. Right over there. Right over there. Hang on. Smile Burger. Here we go. Get us some fries. Salad, shake. And then let's go for the King Smile Burger. Lots of food in us. Let's go.
Looks
love
good.
all this.
I like it.
Small fries. Yep. Salad, shake.
I'm out.
Nice. Absolutely full. Alright, so we're full health and we put a little bit extra into our heat, which is fine. Now we can go to Akame. Oh, hey, little kid. What? Alright, let's see how quick this kid is. Holy shit, he just fucking disappeared. Okay, for another time.
Oh, Joryu, where you been?
Busy and
Not sure
interrogated.
why, but Surino-san told me to make sure I took care of you.
Yeah.
Hey, what are y'all beat up for?
I'm just a little tired.
Well, I got a shower. You don't want me to soap you up or anything, do you?
Who's messaging me in WhatsApp?
No thanks.
I don't use WhatsApp.
But I could use a cleanup.
Oh, it's just WhatsApp telling me there's like extra features in the app that I don't normally use unless my grandparents are wanting to use it.
My sparkling company.
Shower, dinner, and sleep. That's all I'm looking for.
Those would be good.
Sheesh. You really know how to kill the mood, Joryu.
Until a little while ago, I wasn't sure I'd live to see another day.
You always this much of a drama queen?
Oh, absolutely. He always was.
Yeah.
Don't ever let that stop you.
Joryu.
Morning. How you
No.
feeling? Okay, I guess. Things have been a little complicated lately. Being coy, huh?
Guess so.
They ain't like you. How about you check out a request? There's plenty piled up. Someone's been sitting on their ass. Yeah, might not be a bad idea. Wouldn't hurt to have some cash in my pocket. I'm curious about the castle.
Sure thing.
Oh my gosh, does it want me doing side things again? I don't want to do aim for gold while waiting. Serious? You can't just let me progress to the next thing? Oh my god. This game.
Joryu. Good work today.
Alright, got plenty of reward. Investments. Open up a shop. Sure. Earn more points. Beef up the discount. Increase the drop rate of downed enemies. A weird stranger's makeup. Dragon mask, cyber glasses. And then military bulletproof vest, which I don't have the money for. A project has been posted. Oh, okay, so I need to like go out and back in and it'll show me things. Cool. Dun, dun, dun. If you ever need me, I'll be there. I may be late and drunk. I may or may not have raccoon. Raccoon might be stolen, but it will be there. Absolutely wild, Wild Saber. Wild, Wild Saber over here. Earn 1 million yen. Earn 10 million yen. Talk to people. Walking marathon. Like, I don't want to do these things. I just want to go to the next, like, mission. Like, why does it want me aiming for things? I thought I would be enjoying this. I thought if I, like, you know, if I, you know, knuckled in and such like that, maybe there would be something for me. Could you model for me? They really got out sick. Modeling. Come here wearing a straw hat, t-shirt, and straw sandals. I don't have those things. Alright, let's see. What about you? What do you want? Anniversary of their husband's death. Wear his favorite outfit. Oh my god. Is that what this is? Is that what this is gonna be? It's just like a whole ton of people that are like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you wore this? Kabuki. What the f— I don't know what he's talking about. So he came at— oh, try and hit me. Yep, this guy. Alright, so the try and hit me has been unlocked. Let's give this a try. I wonder if I had to deal with this kind of nonsense in the previous Yakuza games, where it's just like, oh, I want to go through the main story. And they're like, oh, hold on, sir. The main story, alright, would be relatively quick if we didn't pad it out. So we're gonna really quickly have you need to do some side quests, so then that way we're not accidentally having you go through some greater difficulty because of all the padding we've done with the health. Excuse me, you there. Yeah? You seem to have quite the fine physique. Are you a fighter in the Colosseum? Excellent, just as a company that crafts tools for self-defense. Oh! Cool.
Yeah.
Don't really care for all this, but, you know, you do you. Alright. I've drunk special matches, so we got Try and Hit Me, and a Master of Try and Hit Me.
You ready for this?
Here we go. The man who erased his name, Joryu.
Here we go.
Yeah, got him. Got him. Don't know how I was able to, but I got him.
You're small time.
Ooh, we got it in a really quick amount of time as well, so that was a good one. Currently not being held. Why is it not being held? Oh, so we can control people if we wanted to. Alright, so we got rumbles we can do.
You ready for this?
Let's see how we go. Oh, and we can play as, like, multiple people as well. We can play as, like, one of many. Ow. There we go. Gotcha. I'm very button mashy in this game is the thing. Very, very button mashy. It's very different from when I'm normally playing, like when I was playing the turn-based Like a Dragon. A rank is fine. Looks like we can get up to like 1,000,000 yen relatively quickly with this as well. Maybe when we do like the silver rumbles. Best rank is in 45 seconds as well, so. Ow! You just had to come in, didn't you? Ah! Sir Dragon! Yes! It still took me longer than, like, my intended time, because we're not in the 2-minute slot, but hey, you know.
You took on the wrong guy.
Got B rank, which, you know, it's alright, but would have been better if we got stuck in the A rank.
You ready for
Alright, and then this will get us up to 1,000,000.
Ready for this. Lights out.
Ah, damn it. Damn it. Gotcha! And once again, under the 2-minute mark again, rather than being, you know... Come on. Fine, I'll accept B rank. At least we got up to 1,000,000 yen at this point, so... Are they gonna be fine with us being here? Can I... Oh, wait. I've been losing a lot of health, so let me just... There we go. Oh, and it looks like we got ourselves some heat from that as well? Maybe just one piece of heat rather than like multiple pieces of heat. Too sexy late. All right. Where's the menu? Like, I should take the opportunity to get gold rank. If I remember right, that means getting the network to level 10 and clearing 3 silver rank matches. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to go through the main story, thank you very much. There isn't much of a... Like, why are you forcing me into the side things when I have a deadline to get to? I think this is the part that I think I might not be liking about Yakuza, is just, if you are on a clock, if you're, like, pressured, it's like, I'm not really interested in engaging. Like, I understand Yakuza can be, like, wacky, inflatable two-man fun and such, but there's a bit of a time crunch.
Doryu.
Like, I don't want to be, you know, lounging around. I want to go to the next mission, please. The next major mission. Oh, there's a case there. Because if I'm not progressing the... Chat, can someone Google how many chapters there are in the Yakuza Like a Dragon, the Man Who Erased His Name game that I'm playing right now? Can someone do some, like, little Google researching for me? Because if it is, like, a really short number of chapters, and they're just not, like, you know... Got anything good for you? I'm gonna need you to check before I accept the mission. There we go. Alright. Too many. Like... Damn it. Would have hoped that it would have gotten, like, him out of the punch. There we go. You gotta love some Yakuza combos. Welcome back, Porking King. Porking King, do some research for me. Omega Platinum says there's too many chapters in the Yakuza, like, in the Like a Dragon Gaiden, the Man Who Erased His Name and such. But I need to know, like... I need to know how many chapters there actually are. Because, like, it has me doing a thing of, like, oh, hey, before you can go further into this chapter, you need to do some side gig stuff. And it's like, I kind of don't want to do side gig stuff. I want to do more chapters, please. Alright. Platinum plate. Let's sell you. Golden plate. Sell you. Silver plate. Sell you.
Thank you for visiting.
So yeah, because if it's going to be like a lot of chapters and it's deciding to like railroad me, like, or not railroad, but roadblock me as early as chapter 2 and chapter 3, I don't know if going back into this game was the right decision, given just, it doesn't want to appreciate that the playstyle that I'm going through is, it's like a dragon, right? Like a Dragon Gaiden, the Man Who Erased His Name. Because, like, I understand that there are some games where it's like, ah, yes, there are over, like, 100 hours of, you know, content you can get and such. And, you know, after getting a full-time job and being busy with, anything else in my life and what have you, like, grab 3 of you, grab 3 of you, grab 3 of you, would be good. Nice pizzas. I don't have the free time I used to have, nor, like, you know, especially with wanting to stream and such like that, I don't have it in me to be like, ah, yes, let's waste, like, you know, let's waste, like, 3 to 4 hours on a game that gets good after 100 hours. Hi there, Jeff! Welcome! I barely remember you. need to hang out more often. Or you changed your name and I forgot that you changed your name. Bam. So yeah, because this game...
Have a little rest.
There you go. Have a little rest. Alright. Because this game does, like, a lot of this, like, oh, you know... Oh, before you, like, rest up and, you know, do some side activity before we go to the main mission. It's like, it's done that to me, like, a few times now. And I'm not a fan of it deciding to be like, hey, do some side things. Sure, let's do some darts. Beginner darts, sure. What's standard cricket? Center count up. I'm guessing just classic thing. From what I've searched, there are only 5 chapters, but 35 side things. So are they asking me to do like 35 side missions while we go through like only 5 thingy-madiggies? Alright, ooh, Jesus. Alright, hang on. Dink. So I need you up here. It's underpowered. Oh, but hey, we got 555, which is alright. 555 again. And oh, that's a good one.
35.
Ah, not the best, but hey, like, you know, it's always an...
You all right?
So we did 12 now.
Okay. 98.
All right.
This will decide it.
Let's. All right. What happens if I don't move the thing? And I just focus on this. Oh, nice. 20. And then... Oh, that was so far off.
75. Don't mind.
Oh, that's not good. Sounds like it, yeah. Can I skip this guy?
What?
And of course he gets another bullseye. You're mad at it? I'm like,
alright.
I'm mad. Like, I feel like this is like the second time I've played a darts game in a video game, and it's always the same mechanic of just like, let's do a drunk simulator, and then... Alright, here we go. Fuck it. Let's do a bullseye. Oh, nice. Didn't. Yeah, not doing too great. Can I just skip him? Because, like, I don't need the AI. I don't need the NPC to show the computer moves.
Okay.
And now he just needs, like...
65.
What happened?
There we go. So...
This will decide it.
You require 120.
You require a bullseye, a single 20, and another bullseye. I wonder what happens if I do this. Let's just go. That was just ridiculous. All right. And then...
Yep.
Are you serious?
87.
That was kind of crazy. Knowing my luck, this guy is gonna
You
win.
require 57.
This isn't good.
So I just require...
All right.
How does it want me doing the thing?
You require 33.
A triple 11. All right, so where's the 11? So there's the 11 there, and then here we go. Wait, hang on. Click. Oh, wait. Click. 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 That is very far off. That is not gonna do. 8. So I'm at 25 right now. So if I just go 20. Oh, fuck you.
$11.
Ugh. Just skip. Just go through the NPC at this point. I regret grabbing the darts game. I distinctly regret the darts game.
Loosen up.
25.
And then he needs a single 12.
What happened?
Busted.
And then he went bust. Oh, okay. So I win because he fucked up at the end there. That is weird. Somehow I won because the other guy failed. I don't feel good about that, but I will take the victory. That was a terrible run. What's your thing? Find the flying takoyaki. Flying takoyaki. Cool. Awesome. No idea where that... Oh, hello.
A key.
Another key. When can I... Where's my smartphone? Here we go. No. Can I, like... They're like, oh, aim for gold. And it's like, no, I don't want to aim for gold. Come back from an AI mess up. Yeah, we came back from that. But, like, Jesus. Alright, so flying... What's some Uzis? Then we got this Alchemy network thing. I really do want to say darn to this game. Do I have people in here that are fans of Yakuza right now? I feel like I don't. I feel like Yakuza is in that weird space where, like, the few English speakers that are, like, huge fans of Yakuza are not going to be watching me. And the English speakers that I have in my stream right now are not Yakuza fans. There we go. Hi there, Sky. Welcome, welcome.
A little rest.
Better than having to redo at that point, yeah. Yeah, Sky's a Yakuza fan? Cool. Cool. So we got someone. It's just the thing for me is that as I play through this game, like, I don't know if I'm engaging chat. Especially since, like, the times when I'm, like, most chatty is not when I'm, like, engaging the game in the best case scenario. What does this person want? Ugh.
What do we have here?
Yep, give me that. I saw a friend play the Pirate Majima game. Was it good? Like, I'm thinking in my head, like, is it as good as, like, you know, Black Flag and all that? Like, where it's, like, you know, fun naval combat and what have you. You're always engaging. You say this, but the chat said the lack of communication in chat says otherwise. I'm just gonna take a photo of that. Maybe that will do something. Here, nothing worthwhile here. Giant teddy bears. Old people.
Welcome to Core Star.
Let's just enter into a race. It's really good and fun. Cool. Alright. I'm just gonna put you in the race as is.
Let's do this.
Admiration pays special on your gunset.
I've got this.
Let's go. Shoryuken got off to a late start.
Now that's
Don't count your chickens till they hatch.
Alright, so big turns there, which might be the best ones to do it at.
The race is going smoothly. Try not to lose control. Shoryuken nails the clutch. Shoryuken goes for a comeback. Who knows what'll
There we are.
Shoryuken
And then I've, like, you know, lost the... I don't have any more boosts, so... Still fourth.
Fierce competition.
Now that's speed.
Who will make it to the finish line? We're at the final lap.
And I'm the last one on the map.
Don't count your chickens till they hatch. Shoryuken finishes
There we go.
Glad you finished the race. And here's our winner now. Let's have...
Yay, completed the race. The boost sort of did nothing. Yeah, the boost sort of did nothing.
Core Star. Thanks for stopping by.
Now, is this game gonna stick me into, you know, still needing to do, like, you know, thingy-diggy hell? Save the boost for the last lap. Yeah, but... Yep, it still wants me to try and, like, get gold rank, which is like, I don't care. Get me out of here. Please. I'm a Yakuza faking my death. Get me out of here. Like, come on, game. What do you want from me?
You.
I'm gonna see what else is there to play, because quite honestly, like... Yeah, cool, this thing is gonna disappear, like, after the 20th, but I'm gonna be frank with you. Like, it just blocks me from progressing. It's just like, oh, hey, you need to do the side stuff and, you know, improve in other side things. What do I have in my library that's, like... something that isn't, like, another RPG. I've already gone through these three things. I've already gone through Spyro. I've technically started Street Fighter 6, like, a while ago, and I never finished. Let's see, can I just play that instantly? It'll be interesting to see, like, how far ago it's been since I've last played, like, Street Fighter 6. So... Oh, it's decided to start pushing updates. Of course it has. Actually, this might just make me more upset, because I do remember going through, like, some of the side stuff.
Street Fighter 6.
I remember going through some of the side stuff in the main story, and I was like, I was not engaged. Like, it's been a long time. Your game is not up to date. Please exit the game and play the latest version. Oh my gosh. So I have to... It's not update. Okay. So, I need to... That sucks. That sucks. I can't get into, like... That is... Do 1v1... No, I don't want to do 1v1s, because then I will get my ass handed to me. If he was hanging out with one of your uncles, you would have hopped on. Yeah. Also, I can't play Sonic Frontier anymore. It's sad. Alright, so... Street Fighter 6 there. Something sweet. I could just go through Monster Hunter. I've got Monster Hunter Wilds on my PC. I've got to go through stuff with that, and it's kind of alright. Although I do want to go for some, like... This is the problem, is like, now that I'm off script, quote-unquote, what in the world do I do? I know it's not... I don't want to go through more Yakuza. Because, like, it isn't doing it for me in my brain. My brain is also... Why give me, like, Forspoken and all these games and not let me be able to play them again? Also can't play that. Like, there's all these games that are like, oh, you can't play these anymore when you got them on the PlayStation Plus. So it's like... Oh my god, look. Like a Dragon Ishin. Like a Dragon Gaiden. The man who erased his name. Blood Bowl 4. Breakpoint. Remnant 2. Ah, code!
Yoshi with the 52-month tier 1 sub.
Hi, Code. Glad that you're here. Thank you for the 52-month sub. I'm gonna be real with you, Code. I was not like, I got into the Yakuza game. I played a little bit. It like was like, oh, you need to, you know, refresh yourself on this side content and what have you. Then I was able to get through some of the chapter stuff and I went through like 2 fights, I think, in the main story. And then after the 2 fights, they were like, oh, hey, talk to Akame before we progress further into chapter 3. And she's like, oh, hey, glad that you're here. You should rest up or you know, let What's-Mahuzi do his thing. And you should be, you know what? You can probably put this time in to raise into gold rank. So then we just went to a grinding halt of the main story to be like, hey, you should probably aim to try and reach gold rank in the side missions. And I'm just sort of like, no, I want to go through the main story. Why are you telling me I have to go through the, like, forcing me into the side thing? So I've dropped that. I'm currently already committed to, like, you know, holding on to the store, like, you know, holding on to the PlayStation and such like that. And I'm now looking at these games and I'm like, what speaks to me? And right now, nothing speaks to me. I want something, like, I don't know, like, I want something that... Why do I have Veilguard? Oh, they offered it on the PS Plus, but I have it on PC. So... Because, like, the games that I'm playing on, like, PC and what have you that are, like, just, you know, mindless fun are things like, blah, 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 if my brain can actually, like, function, have been things like Megabonk or Terraria most recently. Like, those might honestly be, like, just fun. I sent you a Discord message with a potential game. Hi there, Velk. It's a demo for... Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the demo. Oh, it opens it in Windows. It doesn't open it in the thingamadoogie. Similar to Hades and Vampire Survivor. Deck building and bites... Oh, it's deck building. I'm not much for the deck building. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get Megabonk up and running. Give me a second. Give me a second. You want to, like, this is a game that I've, like, hang on. Turn off that. It's not really deck based, but sure. Megabonk, he says in all caps. Yeah, Megabonk. I've actually been enjoying Megabonk, quite frankly. And then we do PC capture. And then I need to change the thingy-majiggy, so then that way it... So if I go... Actually, I can close this now. The thingy-majiggy will switch off. Settings, video, and then if I go full screen window... No, not exclusive. Oh, exclusive was a bad idea. Oh, exclusive was a bad idea. Take me back. Take me back, please. That. Oh, Jesus. The full screen window. There we go. Let's not... Mega Bonk is Grant's relaxation game. It is my relaxation game. Like, unironically, it is my relaxation game. All right. 2560 by 1440p. There we go. This is my relaxation game. It is simple fun. You run, like, this is, let's see, who do I want to show? Like, I've got, like, quests and stuff as well. So there's, like, kill Big Bob on the grave. Find on the grave. As Roberto, break every pumpkin on the grave. 10,000 as Roberto. Among leeching seeds. Kill Big Bomb using the damage from a lamp as the killing blow. Completing challenges. As Vlad, open every chest and pot in the first crypt on... Find the crypt and kill Bob. So there's a lot of killing Bob. Killing Bob. Killing Spooky. And then we've got all these challenges here, which, you know, take it or leave it. Then we've got this different skins. Hat. Open the present hidden on the forest. Okay. Alright, let's go for... What's Urfies? Kill final boss is tier 3. Gets through Urfies to rank 100. Finish the first crypt on Graveyard in under 24 seconds, sir. Ah, okay. Alright. Graveyard. Here we go. Let's see how we go with our favorites. You seen the update for the Vor Redeem? Like, on your side? I think I've seen it. Oh, I can't go through there. Alright. So, yeah. Just slow... Also, I need to update my thingy-majiggy. Hang on. Mega Bonk. We are taking a break for Mega Bonk. Bald! Hang on, I've accidentally... Ding, dong, dong, dink. And then Mega Bonk. There we go. There we are. This still like a dragon? No, it's not like a dragon anymore. Lol. I should have there we go. Ding dong. Here we go. You seen it, Grant? You helped. Yeah, okay. So it is the thing I'm thinking of. So yeah, I like the fox because of the the advantage of, like, you know, every level up your luck increases. So it's like, you know, as you get to higher levels, you have the opportunity to can I? Yep, cool. Awesome. There we go. Alright, Bananarang. I quite like Bananarang. Ow! Didn't see you there earlier. Chaos Tome is always... Let me, like, just... Oh, and of course the ghosts decide to... Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Yep, I'll take the ice crystal. Ooh. Ah, okay, so there was, like... It's gonna be lots of bounces and what have you. This is gonna be interesting. Also, do the barrels do anything? No. Okay. I thought the barrels did something. Increase the fire staff, because we need to for... Spooky Steve! Oh, why the fuck is he so high health? That is... What? In the fuck? Okay. I didn't realize Spooky Steve was just get killed instantly. Alright. Smells... So we need to get out of the crypt, I think. So... And then... Alright, Curse Doll, that's cool. That does a good percentage damage for us. If I can utilize it. There we go. And then Great Pot. Fire Staff, increased damage. Yeah, because we don't want to go for any tomes yet, because... Oh, god damn it. It's a good... There's a... Oh, an open... Ah! Okay, jump height is probably something I'm going to work on next. I don't need Luck Tome because my luck increases the longer I play with the Fox with more levels and what have you. And I've got a minute remaining. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, let's ignore some of the chests here. Wireless Dagger, sure, is a good weapon. Once I know what weapons I'm getting, then I'll, like, focus on the tomes a little bit. Your favorite combos lately have been the Axe with the Lightning Staff, Bananarang, and Aura for a quality... Oop. Oh, come on. Here we go. And then... Oh. Wasn't able to get to that chest. Let's increase the projectile count on you, because you're my main weapon. I've only got 5 seconds to go. I should have gone for the movement tome, maybe. That would have probably have been a better thing to go for. Yep, here comes Spooky Steve. Oh, he's moving. Shit, he's moving. Alright. Ding dong. Note to self. Movement. Thank you for the Metal Gear Solid shirt there, Porkin. You're figuring out what all the different key phrases are? Oh yeah, the XP tome is like such a, you know, constant pick. I don't go for the damage tome as much as I go for, like, you know, precision. So like the critical chance and what have you. There we go. Oh, blood magic to increase our health. Ooh. And then... Go. Ooh. Ooh. Lucky Clover, sure. Let's get out of here. XP Tome, that is good. XP Tome is always good. Alright, grab you. Increasing our health by a portion, that's fine. Yeah, give me movement, please. This looks wild. Yeah, so this is a new map. And it looks like they've got, like, a different gimmick. So rather than, like, you know, surviving to a certain point and what have you, it's like, nope, you gotta get out of the crypt to get to the graveyard. Otherwise, you know, you're gonna be dead. So... projectile speed. Bananarang. Let's go Bananarang. Hey, look, there we are. There's the exit. There we go. We're out of the crypt now. Increasing our evasion rank is always good. Ah, damn it, I just grabbed it. Alright, let's increase some of the people's difficulty here, because the more difficult the enemies are, the more XP we'll be able to gain, and the more enemies there are. So once I get, like, some good AoE stuff, then we'll be able to get some real good hits in. Let's go armor to reduce, like, percentile of damage we get hit with. There we go. Alright. Gonna grab that agility. Go. Actually, I probably don't need agility now that I'm out here in the open. Let's increase that critical chance. So, I've got the XP tome. Ooh! Let's go bow. Bow is good. Bow is good. If we can get enough of bow, then we'll be... Disturb the grave. Just break everything here. Ooh. Nice arch. Alright. But yeah, it's just running around. It's fun. And then once I get a good build... Ooh! Oh, nah, this doesn't. I thought it was going to be a good legendary, not like a, hey, here's something... Because I'm still in the learning phase of this map. Like, having Zawaldo doesn't really help me as much. Like, if I was, like, grabbing other kinds of gear and such, I don't like any of these things. Yep, let's increase our XP. Grab more. Yep. Oh, that's actually good, because then that means I increase my damage for every chest I open. So I just need more money. Actually, no, I don't need a banish, so... Chaos, here we go. That's what we want. The reason why I like Chaos is because, like, once you start... Like, it can just upgrade any kind of field and what have you. So, like, you know, XP and movement are, like, now my, like, sort of guarantee kind of thing. So, I might increase the movement, because I know there's, like, a pair of, there's, like, a slip-on thing you can get. Or, like, it's like ice skates or something like that. So then that way, like, the faster you move, the more damage you do. So... Depends on the item. I enjoy the precision tome with cooldown when it's revolver and bosses. Yeah. So I use the precision tome because of my constant of, like, you know, wireless dagger or sniper rifle, for instance. Alright, so now... Ooh. Oh, okay, so maybe that... Oh, they brought back the faces! These guys were in, like, the demo, but I see they got rid of them at some point, so I see they got them back. Alright, let's go for some movement speed, because I actually do need some movement speed. Let's increase our damage percentage, shall we? Let's try to evade these guys. Cursed Idol, again, will be good, because then everything gets hit for, like, a, you know, a third or what have you, so it's really great against, like, some of these, lower things. It doesn't really do a lot of damage to bosses, but it's good on, like, the small... Just getting the small fry to get, you know, a tiny hit on them. Also, the reason I went for that boss tome was so then that way we had an opportunity of, like, you know, multiple bosses drop. And if multiple bosses drop, then we get multiple chests. Knockback is going to be my little grab, because I don't have it. Only the Chaos Tome can give me knockback. This is my critical chance. There we go. So now we got Ghost Ham. Projectile count, because I didn't get a quantity tome, so might as well. Oh, you're new! Shrine of Balance. Doubles your shield, but halves your gold gain. Doubles your HP, but ignores the power-up drop. Nah, I don't like any of those. Disturb the grave yet again. Go. Alright. Boost the damage. Alright. Let's get Ghost Ham out of the way. That way we get more chests. Banana rank. Oh, I probably should have gone for the precision thing. Nice bimbo rating there, Porkin. 50%, that's actually not bad. It's like, you know, halfway there. Ah! Survive! Good damn you! Yep, cool. That will help increase my health percentile chance to increase the health and what have you. I need more crowd control damage. Oh, Swarm, not a good time. While I'm busy staying alive. Damn it. There we go. Alright, so... We gotta get out of the crypt. I wonder, is it gonna send me back into the crypt because of that? Let's see. Play, ding, dong. Let's see. Is it gonna start me back in the crypt or... Yeah, it does. Okay. Alright. Let's get you moving. Got a minute. Wireless dagger. You are actually a good... What? And then... Oh, no. Not gonna reach you. Let's get out of this crypt. I wonder if there was like a quicker... I can appreciate losing health on full damage, but I don't really have any... Yeah. And I'm just like running as quickly as I can. Ooh, shield. That was good. And then grab you. Ah. Oh, shoot. Now I've done it. Ooh. Chaos Tome, thank you. Giving me thorns, which is great. Oh, god damn. And I did it again. There we go. Ding. Donk. 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 I don't know if the things will instantly kill me, but I don't want to test that. Ah, okay. Here comes Spooky Steve. No! What? What? What did my keyboard do? That's unfair! My keyboard stopped for a minute there! No, none of my keys worked then! What in the world? Oh, that's totally unfair! I wanna redo. I wanna redo. My keyboard stopped processing for a minute for whatever reason. This has happened way too often now. Like, this has happened, like, off-stream for... Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. That pot. I'm up here. Dink. Dunk. I'm just running as close as I can. Alright, and then... Dunk. Oop. Yep, take damage, increase gold. Increase the XP gain, sure. Bow and arrow is honestly good. I just need to get, like, quantity and duration or something. Oh, shit. Okay, so there's, like, a depth as well to the thing, which isn't great. First idol, thank you. 2 seconds to go. Yeah, I would be able to blitz through this thing with calcium. There we go. Personal best, 1 minute. 1 minute and something seconds. Slutty rocket. Let's go with the slutty rocket. There we go. Get ourselves a chest for that hit. Burger. Bone. Alright, there we go. So we've got... So we got our fire... So we got our normal fire spell for, like, the long range. We got bone for, like, a little bit of crowd control. Oh, bow and arrow will be the better, like, crowd control at one point as well, though. So we'll need to get that one, you know, improving. But otherwise, let's see. Moldy cheese, hell yeah, for the poison. And then... Yep, let's grab the precision, because we're running... Because the rocket and the bone aren't going to be doing too much damage, but if we can have them do a, If we can have them, like, you know, getting 2 times damage more and more often, or, like, critting, that'll be good. Alright. There we go. Okay, so the rocket does, like, 20 points of critting. That's good. That's good. Here we are. Ice crystal to slow peeps down. I wonder how many pumpkins do I need to smash? Hey, nice. If we get a third one, we'll be golden. All right. Let's see. Cooldown, precision, and I'm gonna go with the cooldown. Try and hit more often. So I either want quantity or I would want XP. If I do XP and Chaos Tome, that might be good. Because yeah, attack speed and like percent and precision are like good options. Moldy cheese is goated. Moldy cheese is just really easy to understand. It just applies poison damage. So I guess burger is nice if I, you know, go on health too often. Hey, luck tome, don't need it. Let's increase the bones knockback so we can get those. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of good options with the Because I didn't want to go for the luck tome because, you know, the fox is lucky anyway. Oh, alright, grab you. Knockback. A projectile count. Out on the bone. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. This is the benefit of having, like, luck naturally increases. It will just start, you know, improving the drops we get per level. So, don't like these weird humans, though. It's very uncanny. Oh, and they're crowding. They're getting bolder. Bloody rocket for the projectile count. There we go. Wrench. Yeah, wrench is okay. Alright, how's my gold doing? I'm doing good on gold. Jump higher and farther. It's good. Ooh, there's a tradesman there. Let's see what options he has once let me get this thing out of the way. And then that way I've got, like, enemies to kill and what have you. Oh, I didn't get... Okay, cool. So there's just one of him for now. Oh, hang on. What am I thinking? There we go. Yeah, let's increase the size that way, because it can do, like, blast damage at a distance. Like that. Projectile counts for all weapons increases by 1. That's not bad. And the watch to increase our, that's better. Alright. So, we got 400 gold. We can go for Thunder Mitts, clapping their cheeks so hard it generates lightning. I don't like standing still, so Campfire is not too great. Not unless I was going with, like, Goofy's build or something. Yeah. I like this. I like... This is my game. Like, I like this sort of, like, just numbless, like, just running around. Like, some people, it might not be for people because of, like, the whole, like, you know, rogue, like, random element, but the actual, like, sessions are relatively short. Like, a good session is, like, you know, 10 minutes to a round or something like that. Oh my god, I'm not doing too hot on dealing with this swarm. Why? Oh, because there's... projectile count on you. Oh, but this isn't good. I need to... Come on, move. I have way too many, like... Come on. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Come on. Come on. You can do... Just survive long enough for a level up. You might get something... There we go. Projectile speed. Yep. We're gonna go for an increase to the projectile speed right here. Oh god, there's a lot of, like, profesh. There's a lot... Or elites. Alright, grab that. There we go. Yep, for that tone. Don't like any of the tones. I might need to start rolling to see if there's, like, a better tone to pick. Yeah. Damage, Slutty Rocket. Let's go with Slutty Rocket for the count. There we go. Okay. Banish the luck tome, because I don't need that popping up. I've got 2 more slots to go. Oh, there's another challenge over there. Let's grab you. Okay. That's why I love Risk of Rain for the long casual grinds where Mega Bonk is the quick stimulating version. I survived. Alright, do we want the XP tome or... I'm gonna go with Chaos Tome, because Chaos Tome is gonna be... Like, I don't know if that's gonna pop up again, quite frankly, so... Oh, those are challenging. Here we go, here we go. Ow. Watch is not really helpful right now, but sure. There we go. Ooh. Yep, I'll take that epic. And look at that! XP tome. Alright, fine. I'll take the XP tome. Fine by me. Upon taking damage, send out an electric shock to nearby enemies. That is a nice little extra. Alright. I need a magnet. Apparently I can get one? Fire staff cooldown. Yeah, let me just boost some of these weapons up to their 5th level or something like that, and then I can start like pushing at the tomes a bit more. First stall, thank you. Yep, now they've progressed to tougher ghosts now, which isn't too good. Projectile count. I'm gonna go with the attack speed, because that buff to the bone is not as great. It's just mindless fun. It's just fun. 81% cute is really good, Goldie. Nice, nice. Also, hi there, Goldie. Hey, we got a magnet buff. There we go. Damage and projectile speed, projectile count. Yep, let's go for you. This will be very helpful. All right, XP tome increasing to that. Here we go. Damage and projectile count is what we want. Critical damage and damage. Damage and knockback. Projectile count and size. Sure. Let's go. There you go. Yeah, let's go projectile speed, because we already have like an increase to like how soon we hit. Demonic soul, thank you. Aha! Nice. I saw a legendary and I took it. I didn't even blink. I didn't even read it. It says otherwise. 81 is high. Oh, shoot. What? Oh, Calcium's dad. Okay. Oh, and that's Jeff. Oh, Jeff does not want me getting out of here. Oh well. Projectile count and projectile speed. Let's go with the boosting of the random stat, which did... I didn't read what it said. Damage to elites is the most recent one. No! Ah, darn. I got one boss down, but I didn't get the other one out of the way. That was alright. I wish I could see, like, what the Chaos Tone boosts were. But yeah, my luck increases by, like, 1.5 every thingamadiggy. So... It's just... I want to be faster in the crypt, but I don't want to, like, waste a level or two in, like, trying to get, like, a... You know, a speedy tome. And what's more is, like, I'm very unlikely to get, like, a level up as well, unless I, like, stand around. But the fox doesn't move quickly. There. So, like, I'm not really... Ooh, okay. Instant grab of the XP tome, because that will actually be a big benefit, like, sooner. Rather than all the other things. I like Wireless Dagger, but my reply didn't work. My comment was to Goldie saying they're not cute. How could you say that? With the cuteness rating they had? The only reason I was able to show that again was because no one else had... Oh, come on. No! Damn it. I wanted to get the accelerated attacking, please. There we go. All right. Banana Rang. There we are. Dink, donk. All right, let's keep moving. And... Now let's increase the banana rang first. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. The disrespect. What's your cute rating then, Witch Dragon? Oh, god damn it, Spooky Steve. Get away from me, Spooky Steve. I'm not... Aw. Ah. Chat didn't see it, but Spooky Steve got me. I know I can get out of this thing quicker with something like Calcium, because he's on a skateboard and, you know, he just, like, so long as you don't get hit, like, his speed just starts accelerating. Let's increase the fire staff just so that way, in case I get hit with any elites, I'm... There. Nah, don't even bother. Oh. Oh, interesting that, like, if I take damage and, like, he just wants to get out of that... He just wants to get out of the soup as quickly as he can, then. I'm saying Goldie is cute. Oh. Chat goes so fast. I was barely following. Alright. Grab the cooldown tone, because that's actually honestly good. I've got 6 seconds to get out of here before Spooky Steve diddles me. Ah! Steve! Get away from me, Steve! Oh, Goldie said they were not cute. Sorry, I just had to scroll, like, while I was dead, I was like, scroll back up to, like, read the thing and realize, oh, Goldie was saying they weren't cute. So yeah. Alright. Ding. Dong. Let's try this again. If I fail, if I get hit by Steve again, then I'm probably gonna swap over to Calcium. Cause yeah, it's like, as cool as Fox is for like the luck and such like that, Calcium, you know, just whips through levels like so with such speed you wouldn't believe. So yeah. Oop, there we go. Oh, actually, fuck it. Bonk. Ah. Just once, I would like a chest giving me something speed related. I could unlock, like, you know, turn back on the socks, but I have, like, a better thing that can do the thing. Also, there we are. There's the exit. There we go. Minute and 40 seconds. Alright, so we got... So, giant pillar over there. Increased difficulty, but increases the XP gain, which is good. Eee! At time done. Nice. We got out of the place this time. And let's grab the bow first. So yeah, I need quantity increase. I need to increase the quantity to like really boost the there we go. Ooh, Chaos Tome. Yes, please. So increasing my luck basically. Fine. There's the chest. All right. Refresh. Precision Tome. Sure. But I need quantity. Boost movement speed upon taking damage. Also gain 5%. Nice. That's good. That's a nice little escaper. There we go. Like there. Alright, I'm just gonna smash... Grab the wireless dagger, because that's honestly good fun. And then... You... And there's Jeff. Let's kill Jeff as quickly as we can. Ah, I got stuck. I got stuck in a corner. All right. Quantity would be dope. Yeah, so hang on. Let me So stop getting the banana and that, because those aren't good with my guy. Kill Big Bob on the... Yeah, so I want that. I like gun. I like the wireless dagger. For tomes, turn off the luck tome. Because I don't know why I had the luck tome, but it is what it is. Curse idol, key, ice crystal. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of the ice crystal. An old mask is found in the graveyard. Shootout spikes won't taking damage. Damage scales with thorns. Interesting. Demonic blade, 25% chance to heal you. I'll take that. Extra shards is good. Earn money by moving around. Doesn't really help. I need more leeching seeds. Break every pumpkin on graveyard. That'll be difficult. Explode and damage nearby enemies. You can now slice through, dealing damage as they pass. Spawn missiles upon killing an enemy. So yeah, leaving that open. Loving that. Bob! Every 14 units move. Summon Bob. He's dead. 94% bimbo! Holy shit! Oh, wow. No, Witch didn't check on that. That was Porking. They were just like, heh, how bimbo-y can the Witch Dragon be? Alright. The magnet doesn't really help, doesn't do like a big pull. It just does like an area pull. Fire Dragon. Nah. This is pretty good. Bloody Cleaver is good. Joe's Dagger is nice. Soul Harvester would be good. Anvil is great. Energy Cores is extra. Slow down time. Speedy Boy is very helpful. Alright. Find in the crypt. Open every chest and pot in the first crypt on Graveyard. That is going to be very difficult. I would need a very speedy boy for that one, honestly. With her being such a queen, I would hope the bimbo was high as it was. Cool. Cool. I can appreciate it. We love our bimbos. We love our himbos and bimbos here. So, it's an affectionate term that is being... What's the word that I'm looking for? It's like repossessed in a way. Let's see. Lightning Staff, HP, and Knockback. I don't really like any of those. Gun. Here we go. Moldy cheese. There we go. Oh, you bastard. I don't know where that's gone. Oh, it's probably in the lava right now is where it is. Ooh, campfires? Heal it. Sitting still heals you. That's cool. More money. That's not great. There's the exit. There we go. That was 8 seconds over. Darn it. Oh, leeching seed? Yes, please. We need to collect like 3 of them in order to do a in order to get like a new item unlocked, because there's like a quest for it. That's good. Duration, extra. I like extra jumps. Oh, I should have gone for movement speed actually. That would have probably been a better one. There we go. Grab the bow, because we can. Use the magnet that was dropped rather than the magnet statue. Apologies. Yes, the Porking King is a king himself. Not too sure where, but a king nonetheless. Ding dong. Ah! There we go. Armor thorns, projectile. Let's go projectile speed. Granted, gun is very fucking fast, so it's not like that is gonna get much of a benefit as opposed to arrows and fireball. Blood magic, revolver. Nah. The fact that the bullets will be able to bounce is gonna be a decent boost to my movement, I think. Watch as this pays dividends shortly. Projectile speed. Power up multiplier. Yep, we'll go for that. I like drop chance, though. That would have been a lot better. Fellow Royal. We two are having fun. Dun, 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 dun. Increase the size. Big! We want big things. Ooh, I see the statue there. I'm gonna grab it, so then that way when we go up against, like, the... You know, the dead ghost thingamadiggy, we'll get, like, more than one of them, which means we'll get multiple things. Slutty rocket, let's go. Now we only have, like, tomes to worry about. Ghost Steed, elite spawn. Increase the chance of elite spawning, so then that way there's a greater chance of power-ups being dropped. Count and bounces and speed. I like the bounce count increasing. That'll be a lot cooler. Damage, health regeneration. I'm gonna go with the health regeneration, just so then that way when we're running around, there's a chance to regain some health. XP gain, thank you. Let's get more XP gain while we're at it. Guys with a tongue are weird. Oh, 2 chests side by side. Sure, let's see what they give us. Hey, deal more damage while airborne. That's good, that's good. Projectile count and projectile bounce will be the better one of the two. Oh, actually, never mind. Big boom! There we go. Although we might have upped the difficulty too much. Yeah, we might have upped the difficulty just a bit too much. Run. Run. Oh! Now we head. Gain thorns and increase the... Ow! Since when was that a thing you were gonna be doing to me? Oh, shit. That means he's gonna do it again at some point. Ah! Okay, the double jump is helping me out. Oh, that chest was free. Thank goodness. No! Oh, come on. Oh, no! Ah! I jumped into that one. Hi there, Kib. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I was so locked in. I was alive for 5 minutes. I think I did too many, like, totems of, like, increasing the difficulty and such, especially since, like, breaking the graves also do a difficulty increase, but I like that I was getting an XP increase when doing the difficulty increase, so maybe what I'll do is I'll aim for the graves first. Oh, shit. Well, that was a waste of hit. I just doubled my damage. Increase the fire stuff damage. It's a decent amount of damage increased. No, come on, jump out! There we go. I only have so much time. Oh, bastard. Well, at least I got the... At least I got the chest, so there's that. And with some time to spare, ideally. Yeah! Shaved almost a second out of that. So, how's it going, kid? You doing good? Alright, disrupt the grave here. Gives me, like, the 10% increase. Let's go... Bow? Hi, Izzy. I vaguely remember saying no slop games on you. This is not a slop game. Alright? Like, okay. First and foremost, like, when designating of, like, slop, it was on things where it's like, you know, the, like, the asset flippy, you know, those, like grocery simulator or, you know, game manager simulator. It's on those kinds of games. This, I would not consider, quote-unquote, slop. 350 for Soul Harvester. All right, we're gonna go with that one. We just need 350 coin. Oop, almost there. Grab that crit to increase our damage. So yeah. But now, how's it going, Izzy? Doing good? Congrats on the weight loss. Peak was on that list too. Jokes aside, you're my dinner entertainment. Nice. So, cause yeah, I like. There's like, cause I'll be real, like, Peak I put, because like there's a difference between like slop up, like, you know, the like the asset flippy, like simulator job simulators. Like, I don't appreciate games that are just simply a job simulator, like, oh, you know, fast food simulator or what have you. Like, especially the ones that are like, you know, just a slice of life thing, not even a not even like something clever where it's like, oh hey, welcome to this restaurant at the end of the universe or something like that. Has that thing been going up in price every time I've looked at it? And go. Speed! 397. Oh, I think it's always stayed the same. Just need to grab some pumpkins. One of them will. I'm getting very possessive over this legendary. I don't want to... wireless dagger. There we go. Because, yeah, so, like, it has a thing where it's like every kill you do, it just summons 2, like, homing things, and it does quite a bit of damage. So, like, yeah. It's gonna be pretty decent. And I'm hoping it prioritizes, like, bosses and what have you. Is he getting faster? No, he isn't. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. We got rid of Jeff. Get ourselves a coat to boost our movement speed, which is good. Grab the key for the crypt. Here we go. Here we go. So yeah. But no, like, Peak I put in the category of friend slop, where it's a game where, like, some people are overly broad with the category of like, oh, if it's a game you could play with friends, it's friend slop. So, like, they would consider, you know, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Monster Hunter, like the category would be very broad. I would, like, try and keep the, like, the quote-unquote slop to being more of indicative of games such as Peak, Lethal Company, where it's like, where it's explicitly, like, the fun is explicitly in, you know, you play, it's a gimmicky game you play with friends, and like, you're supposed to be spawning your interest in the way your friends react to the content in the game and such. So, like, content warning is another one. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's my category. It's a very, you know, vibes category, don't get me wrong, but, you know, peeps have their definitions. Some are, like, very, Like, some people use them, like, you know, super derogatorily. I don't intend to. I know there are some people that use the slop derogatorily, but I just use it as, like, a... Look, if you're giving me a video game, and the video game is like, oh, isn't this fun to play with friends and such? And my first question is this fun to play by yourself? And they're like, it can be. It's like, then probably not for me. Double my thorns, and halves my luck. What's my luck at right now? 32%? What's my thorns at right now? My thorns is at 0. Duration. Yeah, let's go that. Oh, there we go. There's the quantity. Tome. That is going to be good for our bow and arrow, for our gun, for everything. Hey, skates. That's what we like. There we go. Oh, I should have gone for the movement tome because I already have a chaos tome. Ding. There we go. Blood stack, because that does like a benefit for us while we're going up against bosses as well as normal players. Like, look at this. Look at our soul harvester just like running around like crazy. First grabbies. Wrong lever! How's it going, Blue? A sloppy Joe is a sloppy Joe. Is that a kind of... Is that a beverage, or is a sloppy Joe a kind of, food, like a hamburger? Do I get to be drunk and know nothing about... the game? Oh, as, like, your question to the friend slop? That's it. Interesting. Is it a... I think a lot of games can have a bit of a mix on, like, does the alcohol enhance it? Like, I don't know if Monster Hunter would be enhanced by drinking, but I can imagine, you know, Call of Duty getting enhanced by drinking. If you've got, like, you know, really short, if you have, like, short time to kills or what have you, then I reckon it will be a, Oh, Jesus Christ, this thing does not want me to... Ah, there we go. Now they're all dead. Nice. My soul harvester is doing its job. Sloppy Joe is a hamburger. I would totally be down for a Sloppy Joe if I wasn't... Yep, first grabbies again. There's... Yep, so you're dead. So then we increase our
Night
XP
Sky
gain.
Gem paid me to say meow. Good night, Zeebu.
Good night, Night Sky. Thank you for coming along and keeping me company. I'm sorry that, you know, we didn't keep going on to Yakuza, but I'm gonna be frank with you. I did not appreciate the idea of it being like, hey, you're gonna need to go through, like, way more, you know, side content thing before we have you engage with more of the main story. I don't need that in my RPG. So, it's a shame that, like, the Yakuza series is something that I'm like, it would be more fun if I didn't do so much side story. Or to, like, try and get the enjoyment, like, as a streamer. I feel like if I didn't do streaming, and I just wanted, like, a 2-week binge thing, maybe Yakuza could be that for me, but the only times I'm engaging with Yakuza is, like, you know, I'm on stream, I'm on a clock, I got 4 hours to do something, and I'm gonna do it. Go. Alright, moldy cheese. And that. I have not been picking up a lot of, good tomes. Need to fix that. Also, my time limit has been going down this entire time. But, oh my gosh, this is just so much fun to watch the destruction. Hi there, Minty. Good meowing. You better head to bed. Day shift work be on your tail. Congratulations on getting to day shift, Blue. I hope it is everything that you're hoping for. And that you get to a good cadence with working in the day and finding the time that you want for streaming, and that you get the people watching you and what have you. I wish you the best. Alright, let's see. How fast do the ghost hams get decimated? Pretty decently, considering I have to go through 3 of them right now. Yeah, one of them is like, you know, just getting whooped. Let's go for the attack speed, actually, rather than keep on grinding into the Chaos Tome. Nice. Watch. And the Cursed Idol, that's fine by me. Marvelous Dagger is good. And Golden Glove, increasing.
Hello!
Hi there, Masonic. I'm doing alright. I had work today, which was, you know, only like a touch more stressful than normal because of the... Oh, hello. Come on! Ah, damn it. Okay, so I'm gonna need a bigger... I'm gonna need a bigger jump. Hey! 25% chance to summon lightning when hitting enemies and can now stun enemies. Lovely. Also, let me use this giant magnet here. Get some levels in me. Projectile count increase. XP tome is good. Revolver. Ooh, legendary revolver. So bounces go up by 3 and damage is now 10. Chance goes to 47. Let's go with the OP. 5. Projectile speed. Crit damage. Fire staff. Sorry, I'm just like clicking through these as quickly as I can. This is gonna be... I will say though, Yakuza 7 on at least realized the minigame size, so they made them more fun, but that still required you to do side story. Yeah, so I was going through Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, and like I only just entered chapter 3, and the first thing they have me do is just sort of like, oh hey, you got out, talk to Akame, and Akame is like, hey, you should try and reach gold rank in the Colosseum, which requires you getting level 10 in our support network and doing like, you know, silver rank matches. And I'm like, I just got out of like, you know, chapter 2 where there was like a little bit of like hand holding of, hey, check out this side quest. Hey, check out this side thing. Check out the Colosseum again. Like, no, I want to go through more of the story. I want to go through like how Kiryu, after the events of like whatever the fuck happened in Yakuza 7, had him go, or wait, Yakuza 7. No, Yakuza 7's Like a Dragon, sorry, Yakuza 6. After the events of Yakuza 6, you know, erases his name, and for like the last 3 years has been working for like a shadowy government thing, but then he ends up at when the Omni Alliance and the Tojo clan decide to disband. Like, I want to know these things, and I'm a little pressed for time, please. So, yeah. Increase damage by 10%. Let's go. This is fun. Like, look at this. We're getting somewhere. We could... Alright, where's the chest? Ah, it's up. Alright, projectile bounces. Let's go with you. Yep, let's go with you. I know you're decreasing my health, but that's fine. Projectile count, bounces and speed. Nah, let's go with you. Let's increase the overall damage. Alright. I need to figure out where I need to go next to get more crypt keys. Because if I don't get more of these crypt keys... Oh, hang on. There's a... Let me go over to the... Actually, I'm really close to, like, the... You know, the shadowy bit, so I might as well explore here to get through them. Yeah, look at this. Alright. Increase the chances. I like boosting my movement. I get sent a challenge, and the Soul Harvester just helps eviscerate nearly everyone before I'm done. Hey, maximum health increasing. That will be good. Sorry for asking as quickly as I'm here, but I just noticed more and more as time goes on. How do you go about time when you're playing roguelikes and such? Oh, how do I go about them? I just play them. I barely keep an eye on the clock that's above me. Pickup range increases. And there's the thing. Alright. So, yeah, I just go about it as I want. Critical damage. Ooh, 86%. Yes, please. I will take that legendary. Alrighty. Let's see how well we do against... Oh, how many mics are there? Oh, doesn't matter. They're getting killed one after another really quickly. That is kind of funny. Oh, hell yeah. 1% chance to execute an enemy performing it increases damage by 1%. Hell yeah. Oh. Chat, this might be the run. Alright, let's see how quickly we kill Calcium's dad. Oh, the laser. Shit. Yep. Don't chase after me like that, you bastard. After I just said this was the run! But yeah, so hang on, let me just have a read. What did I miss? Good morning, Gucci, still waking up and on the work shift coding. I said hi to Masonic already. Izzy said that the minigames were boring, so they made them more fun, but it still requires you to do side quests. Hi there, Arandaho. Maybe himbo skill issue. It can be. It, like, I know, like, I increased the difficulty too much when I didn't have, like, my legend, like, when I didn't have the good build and what have you, so that could easily have, like, been the thing that did it. But yeah, ugh, excuse me. I am just gonna have a quick drink of water. Give me a minute, give me a minute. But yeah, so what was Jack's next question? Hang on, Jack killed it. Sorry for asking as quickly as I'm being here, but I just notice it more and more as time goes on. How do you go about time when you're playing such? So because I've played through the forest, like, you know, area, like, quite a bit, and, like, there was a guide that was, like, you know, because even if it counts down to 0 in the roguelike, it just, you know, it either throws in an enemy that wants to kill you really quickly, like in the crypt here, or it will send you just, like, waves of the quote-unquote ghosts and just make it so that they're really, like, they just get crazy strong and such. If you want to be on the leaderboard, you have to have a build that's, like, you know, strong against the ghosts and what have you. So like, you know, so yeah, so like the clock is just a suggestion, really. But in regards to, like, when I'm in the crypt here, nah, I need to actually get out of here before the counter goes down, because my fox here increases his luck per level, not his movement speed or anything like that. So if I don't get out of here sooner, he's in trouble. And I will do small detours like that. And then take a small hit there. So yeah, the disadvantage with, like, you know, I don't have a huge pickup range and what have you, so go. Oh, come on. There we go. Fuck it. Let's get Slutty Rocket. Slutty Rocket is good. Hey, there we go. Let's see. Can I get there before my usual time? Come on. Can I get there before the 15-second mark? Yeah! Aww. So it's not my... That's still not my best time. That's annoying. Just being, like, really lucky on one of the runs. Alright, so... Little power thing there. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna break you, so then that way I can get an increased power gain. So, there we go. So that's a 20%... We're gonna get a 20% XP increase from breaking those two. And then this XP tome actually is gonna be very good, because that goes off at the start of my run. Okay, so we might be better off in our sustainability, or in, like, you know, getting to better builds now. So, Extra jumps, max health. I'm gonna go with the extra jumps because I know there's like things in the tower, like at the top of the towers. Granted, I know I dropped a legendary for like the size, but the only thing that's benefiting from size right now is like the fireball. Thank you, Arandaho, for the clip. I greatly appreciate it. I need to look over some of the clips in this channel and such like that and see if there's anything that I can add to my TikTok, because I had a friend IRL like see my TikToks, and apparently one of the ones that kept popping up on their feed, which I don't want them getting hit with the same TikTok over and over, is like apparently me like oogling boobs or something like that, which is, I will be real with you, if it's from the Metal Gear Solid Delta game, it's funny, but like at the same time, I need more clips. So, yeah. Get ready, get away from these demented gentlemen. Alright, let's just do a little farming. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. Ooh, XP gain increased from 7%. Now let's go for the wireless dagger. There we go. Alright, so projectile count and precision are probably going to be the... Okay, so we already got the quantity, we got the XP. Let's increase our quantity even further. Hey, leeching. Nice. I'm fine with that. Alright. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello, shady businessman. Let me just get a bit of coin in my inventory. Size, evasion, and damage. Chaos. There we go. Ooh, chaos gave me a projectile speed increase. Nice. Campfire, key, multi-cheese. Let's go with the key. There's always a chance. We might as well test our chances. God, the Soul Harvester was so good. And then I, like, blew it because of Calcium's dad deciding to be extra strong that time. And now I have to backtrack out of this little ditch. Alright. There we go. I forgot to add quotes, but I could see... But I would add, chat, this might be the run. Drop chance increase. Let's go. Stop chasing after me, please, Calcium. Or Calcium's dad, sorry. Oh, thank goodness. So yeah, Calcium's dad is very tough. So, kind of glad I didn't do a multiple on him then. Hopefully when I grab the next multiple, it will just be more of the pigs. Random stat, give me... Ooh, projectile count +2. That's actually pretty good. Increasing our base luck is always good. Aha! There's one of yous. XP tome. And you know what? Let's get at movement speed. So we got our chaos, we got our XP, we got our quantity. Let's try and move a little faster. Just so then that way we're not getting caught out. So yeah, because anytime I increase the difficulty is going to be the... Like, that's kind of when I go, oh, I need to move. Alright, here comes the swarm. We can handle the swarm. Ooh, damage, 23% increase. Nice, nice, nice. I will accept that. Oh, no, no, no! Ah! Once again, the build wasn't strong enough. I wonder, like, because I'm hitting, like, the difficulty too quickly, it, like... Because I didn't think it would be that difficult. That might be it. I might... Chat, I might need to stop myself from picking up, like, gravestones and what have you. Because otherwise, then I'm like, you know... Oh, come on, get... Ooh, nice. I will take that demonic blood. Yep, let's go with the staff that increases the damage and the percentage of, Go. Slowly but surely. So now that I know I can, like, you know, dip in the lava for like a quick hit of damage, but then I can just bounce back up, it's like, you know, not the end of the world. Am I going? No, I'm not going backwards because this is like a different area. Alrighty. I'm not gonna beat my record. Yeah, 6 seconds. This place had terrible reviews on Google Maps. I only just read that tagline now. I didn't see it the last few times. Alright, go for the XP tome. Now, I need to remind myself, do not increase the difficulty. Increase the knockback. Because I'm going to go for a quantity tome, so getting quantity from that thing isn't going to be as great, but I know I'm not going to go for the knockback, so might as well grab knockback while I can. Oop. Chase after the skeleton, because I can. Don't disappear on me. No, you bastard! I didn't get to him in time. That's annoying. Because normally it gives you like a big boost of XP, and it's usually like a level's worth. All right, increase the movement speed just a bit. Oh, there's a gold chest up there. Or not a gold chest, sorry, a gold shrine. If we go for that, then we can. There's our quantity tome. All right. Let's go with the HP regeneration. Ooh, this is... No idea why, but this is feeling spicier than normal. Increases luck, half the damage. Increasing knockback, half the armor. Yeah, I'm fine with having the armor. Alright. Damage to elites, damage, extra jumps. Let's go with damage. I need that damage boost. 20% increase in damage, but minus 5%. That's fine. I'll take that beer. I drank a beer. Fun. I drank another beer. Why? I drank another beer. Alright. Extra jump. That way, I can do this. Another leeching crystal. Cool. I just need a third, and I get the achievement unlocked, which will give me a new thingy. Yeah, let's go with that projectile count just because we can. There we go. All right. Wireless dagger. And this page. Chaos tome. There we go. Increase evasions is good. I never realized how reliable, like, Burger is for sustainability when you're surrounded by enemies. Sure, let's grab a second boss coming up, so then that way we get... Oh, health regeneration increase. I will take that. Oh, there's enemies that come in through the portal. Okay, that's not great. Alright, so wrench to increase the shrine charge. Hey, blood magic. I'll take that. Oh, come on, ghost. There we go. Cursed doll, thank you. And the moldy cheese is excellent. There we go. And then take a bomb. There we go. All this without increasing the difficulty so far, because every time I've done that, it's been a bit painful. Alright, increase the XP. Increase the XP. Increase the XP. Boost stat. Alright, let's see how we go. Per chance overall increase would be better. I think. Alright. Let's see, can I keep this? Alright, clock freeze absolutely was necessary. Yep, increase the damage of the bow. I will go for that one. That's 1. That's 2. And 3. Hey! 8% chance hitting create a giant blast damaging and knocking away enemies. Nice, I will take that. Credit card for opening chests. Fine by me. And Timbo thingy-majiggies. Alright, let's increase that. Oh, it's radiating from me. Okay, okay. I thought it was radiating from the enemy I killed or something like that. Projectile counts and speed. It does a big projectile count increase. Alright, reflect any incoming damage and gain a short invulnerability. That is good. Quantity tone going from 2 to 7 is good too. Ooh, okay. You got stuff? Bloody Cleaver. Lifesteal now triggers blood mark stacks. Also gain 50% chance to apply blood marks. Yeah, let's go with the Bloody Cleaver if we can. Break you, grab you. Revolver, because then that way we do projectile bounce. Increase the pickup range. That way we're not, you know, running as far to pick up some of these, like, gems. Bloody Cleaver. There we go. So yeah, because I don't know if going for, like, a second, like, Power Glove would have been as beneficial. So. Alright. I need to find where the next, Oh, another boss statue. I will certainly go for that. I am probably going to regret it at some point in the future, but it's not right now. I'm not going for any of the difficulty tomes or anything like that. Where is the next? Oh, another. Oh, there's a vendor there as well. All right. Oh, god damn it. Lightning orb is 700. Okay. Let's see if we can get that lightning orb at some point. Ah! Mirror. Just so then that way we have a chance. No! Get away from me! There we go. Alright. Please don't die from fall damage. Campfire? Oh, thank goodness. All of them are defeated! I think I limited it so that quotes can only be added by moderators and subscribers at this point. I need to double check that. But yeah, that is the correct formatting. Then... Oh, so many chests. This is... glorious! Oh, so back. Alright, so we've got 8 minutes left to find the other what's-my-goozies. I'll go for that. And then... grab you. Alright. Precision, increase that percentage. Chaos Tome, increases the pickup range. SP. Critical, so damage to it leads to chance. Nice. SP Tome, I like 60%. 60% would be good. Yep. Alright, let me just wait for everything to get collected. And then we go for the magnet again. Damage. Barely done anything for my oh, chance. Let's go with the just raw damage there. Alright, I need to find the next, there should be like a red pillar in the sky for me to get to the next one. Drop chance is always good. Ooh, free chest. I will go for that one shortly. Yeah, let's increase the crit chance for the bow itself. Yeah, backpack's good. Evasion. Alright, so I'm holding on to 2 keys. I need 2 more keys, but I don't know where to go for them. Also, I need to increase the damage of this fire staff, otherwise it's not going to be doing too well with all the other stragglers. Where the hell is my... oh, there's my cursor over there. Alright, cool. So knowing my luck, there's... the next, like... not totem, but the next, crypt is further south from that, thingamadoogie as well. Oh, shit. God damn you, Calcium's dad. Alright, let me just try and survive Calcium's dad right now. Oh, shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, I got hit so hard by the laser beam. Oh, that was intense. Yeah, how am I doing among my friends? My best time was 3rd using, or my best place among my friends was 3rd because of using, Vlad over here, where he starts with blood magic, and he gains, like, lifesteal per level, which is kind of alright. Yeah, Fox I love for the RNG-ness. But yeah, this is my comfort game. Like, it's real fun. Granted, it's one of those kinds of comfort games where it's like, I'm probably only playing, like, maybe an hour or 2 in them and such. I'm not one to, like, you know, go through, like, a whole ton of it. Just because of the, you know, it's there to, like, calm my brain down. Cookie for Atomica! Here's your cookie, Atomica! Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing alright. it's so yeah, this is the game to kind of relax me and put me in a drawl where I'm just sort of like, yes, I was feeling angry or I was feeling anxious before, but now this is like, you know, just sort of, you know, it does a little bit for me and such. So, yeah. All right, let me start back up the music again and then swap over to like just chatting or something like that. So, done. Taking a break from houses to live in for just chatting. There we go. Thank you for the change in shirt. I appreciate it. So yeah. Oh, and I've got like pending updates for games like War Thunder, which quite frankly I am not probably going to be playing anytime soon, unless Unnamed is just sort of like, "Ayo, War Thunder? You're gonna play some War Thunder?" They've done that before. Ah! He goes and changes my shirt, and then he just goes and steals my shirt. Why would you do that? What was the benefit of that? Care to explain yourself there, Sir Dragon? Going ahead and stealing my shirt. The absolute disrespect. So, I see. So, I'm gonna be real. Like, I might pinch the better shirt. Oh, okay. Cookie for Ragnulf Wolf. Here's your cookie. Hopefully you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are. I was playing a little bit of the Yakuza, like, you know, the man who erased his name and such like that, and it was okay, but then it was kind of grinding on me that it was like, oh hey, you need to do more side thingy-majiggies before we can progress through the main story, and I was like, I'm not really for that. I want to go through more of the main story. Like, yeah, it was... But no. At some point or rather, I am going to need to find, like, what the game is and what have you. So, because I intend to stream, like, you know, three times a week at best as I can. So, like, a Monday, Wednesday, Sunday. So, game series I've started. I need to renew subscription. At some point, I need to renew the subscription for Final Fantasy XIV. I think I'm gonna actually drop the Yakuza, like, series. So, like, I think I'm gonna drop that entirely at that point. I need the PlayStation 3 to play Metal Gear Solid 4. 5, 6. So 5 to 6. Gaiden, and Modern. So yeah, like there is some games that I've started and I've not finished them, and it's like some of them I've just decided to drop. And then there's been these games that I'm like, maybe these would be fun. Going through Kingdom. So like, I look at this, I see like the Metal Gear Solid, and it's like, yeah, I've been doing that for Ripper. Like I did that because, like, you know, Ripper was like, yeah, this would be a fun one, and he never watched any of them. Have I spelled? Yeah, I spelled Remnant wrong. Oh, and then there's Dark Messiah, thanks to Goldie. So, yeah. So yeah, the other thing I need to figure out as well is like, how do I want to go about the games that I want to play? Because like, do I want to go with like where I was in, like, so last year, for instance. So the way I was playing games mostly in the last year in 2025 was that I would pick a game for Monday, and then I would have an entirely different game chosen for Wednesday. There was a time where I was playing a game on Friday, but because I was working from home on Fridays, I was like stuck in this office like all day kind of deal. And then I had like maybe 2 hours of not working before I had to stream. But then came the thing of like, you know, I didn't want to like get out of my place and what have you. So I would have gotten like, you know, a little bit of cabin fever and be extra angry over my, you know, the fact that I'm stuck in like in this like apartments, or more specifically this room, out of like, you know, just a bit of necessity. But then at the same time, like I could have left it for 2 hours. Anywhoosies. So I dropped Friday streams in exchange for like trying to do like Saturday or Sunday morning streams again. So I said I was going to do a Saturday morning stream, but that will need to be a short stream because I have plans to go see my sister for like a after Christmas and New Year's with her and my dad and what have you. So that will be hopefully a good time. I'll be able to talk to her a lot more as well about how my house hunting has been going, or apartment hunting, I should say, because yeah, like I talked about like some of the like anxiety at the start of the stream where I was like I was looking at places, and there were some places that I was like, yeah, I'm like, you know, 6 out of 10 with it, and then there was another where I was like, oh, I was ready to be like, you know, 8 out of 10 for it, but then I found out there was no air conditioning or fan, so then I was a lot less with it. And now I have like one last place to look at on Wednesday before, you know, before I'm like kind of done with all the inspections I have available to me that I've at least booked. I don't know if there's going to be more places popping up in January for me to look at before my due date of February. And so I'm getting kind of like, you know, really angsty about like, all right, do I just start like, you know, throwing in the applications to these places that I'm not very 100% about, but I'm way more than 0 about, before I get pushed into a situation where, oh, these places that you were maybe about are no longer available. So now you're down to the wire and just have to pick things that are, you know, they are just available, and you're just going to have to make sacrifices that you were not willing to, that you were very iffy about making before. So that's some of the things I got to worry about. Fun. So that will probably be a discussion with my sister on the Saturday. It's not a discussion I will have on stream, because in order to have that discussion on stream, I would have to be a lot more comfortable in showing like where I've been looking and where my potential areas are. And I have seen enough of the internet to know you don't let total strangers figure out where you live. You can kind of vaguely direct them towards like, oh yeah, I used to live in the Middle East, or I bounced around all around Australia. Like, you can tell them things like that, but a good rule of the internet from the 90s, do not reveal where you currently live, and do not reveal like a suburb you lived in like immediately before. That's, you know, that's a recipe for danger and what have you. We go back to Dark Souls. I feel like Dark Souls is a bad idea to get back into. Let's see, I got Ninja Gaiden, I got BioShock, I've got Armored Core. Could do a little bit of Armored Core, but it's 9:30. I don't want to get into a game with like half an hour to spare right now, because, you know, it's half an hour. Normally I'd be like, you know, and I'd be like, you know, going through the last motions of whatever video game I was playing and just be like, hey, we're just gonna really quickly, you know, stop raids for the next hour and then get ready to raid into someone else. So, yeah. Tough thinking, tough planning. So, but yeah, I guess, do I want to get into one of these games on the Saturday? Other than the Metal Gear Solid 4, because I can't get into Metal Gear Solid 4 because I don't have a PlayStation 3. And Konami Games has decided that they weren't going to release Metal Gear Solid 4 on any of the new PlayStation platforms or conversion to PC like they did so many of their other Metal Gear Solid games. So I'm kind of, you know, restless in limbo until either I get myself a PlayStation 3 through a friend or through secondhand marketplace, or it's been so long that the second volume of like the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection comes out, and they've decided to be like, hey, we're gonna put Metal Gear Solid 4 into there. I wonder if Metal Gear Solid 4 is in like an actual like proper weird limbo where it's like they don't have the source code for Metal Gear Solid 4 anymore, or because of some legal, like, you know, Watsumahuzi between Konami and Kojima, he won't let them do it on other places, or maybe Konami don't have the code and they don't want to renegotiate with Kojima. There could be like a million reasons. Actually, let me open up a new tab. Source code to Metal Gear Solid 4. Not interested in the AI. The source code is not publicly available and obtaining it is virtually impossible. Yeah, no, that's fine. Is it possible Konami no longer have the source code for some of the Metal Gear Solid games? And it is currently 2, 3, and 4 are all delisted according to due to licensing issues, which they insist they're trying to resolve. Okay, so that was 3 years ago. Would be twin, as I suspect, given the title of the game and the Silicon Knights disastrous lawsuit may have in the game code being lost, which may be. I doubt they have any source code except maybe 4. There was no source code when the HD collection was made, according to Bluepoint. So they didn't have the source code for the HD collection, which would have been 1, 2, and 3. It's likely Twin Six has cross-licensed with Nintendo. We'll never see the light of the day. I don't care about that. Wouldn't have multiple copies. Okay, so there isn't like much there. Someone's reverse engineering Metal Gear Solid X. Because it makes and because the console was weird as fuck, they can't easily port it to other consoles. It was also notoriously harder to program games for it than it was for its rival, the Xbox 360. Sounds like it's only possible if Naughty Dog ported it. As is often the case, first and second parties always have an edge when it comes to that. It's the reason why I had no trouble developing games for the Wii U, but third parties were struggling. In the order of release, 1, 2, 3, Peace Walker 5 is now spin-off and non-canon. That is a crazy take. The reason would need is to reach if you ever, I honestly cannot understand the demand for it in the PS4. On a technical level, I see no reason for it. Graphics still looks better than most games. A lot of fan theorying, but not a lot of understand. Actually, let's have a look at Let's have a look at Wikipedia and let's go to their development category. Start development due to fan demand. Kojima had previously directed the prequel, which was meant to end the series. Oh, interesting. People demanded to have a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, and clear the mysterious Kojima wanted to leave to the player's interpretation, resulting in the making of Metal Gear Solid 4. Announced that he would be retiring as director of the Metal Gear Solid series after second year and would leave his position open to another person for Metal Gear Solid 4. As a joke, the new director was announced as Alan Smithy in R, a 400-page book bundle with Metal Gear Solid. The director was revealed to be Shuyo Murata, so he was the co-writer of Snake Eater and director of Zone of the Enders, the second run. He contributed Easter eggs to Sons of Liberty and Ghost Babel. It was announced that Kojima would be co-directing the game with Murata after substantial negative fan reaction, including death threats. Gamers never had chill. Kojima wished to implement a new style of gameplay, which was set in a full-scale war zone. Wanted to also retain the stealth elements from previous entries in the series, which made it the original no place to hide concept. The only announced war zone being released was the Middle East, using several locations to emphasize Kojima's original intention to present the world in full-scale armed conflict. Solid Snake was physically aged to portray the game overarching themes. Sense and to assign them to whose was to pass moral values to future generations. Kojima's initial ending would entail Snake and Otacon turning themselves in for breaking the law and subsequently convicted and executed. This was avoided after negative feedback from the development team. Snake's experience across the series made the creation of new enemies challenging and encouraging staff to create groups of non-human enemies to rival Snake. During development, the game's exclusivity was continuously questioned. Even after Kojima officially confirmed the exclusive several times, the exclusivity of the game was still in doubt for non-PlayStation 3 owners for a long period after the initial release. With the company confirming that the 25th anniversary edition of the game released in late 2012 was still a PlayStation 3 exclusive, upon the release of Metal Gear Solid: The Legacy Collection, Kojima had once again firmly denied chances of the game's release on any other console, stating that An Xbox 360 version will not be released because an Xbox 360 of Metal Gear Solid 4 hasn't gone on sale, and that the amount of data in Metal Gear Solid 4 is just too enormous. The Xbox 360 is only capable of using DVD for games, which limits the size to 8.5 gigs, though some games use multiple discs. Metal Gear Solid 4 uses 50 gigabytes of a dual-layer Blu-ray disc, while the digital version is 30 gigabytes. Oh, I miss the days when 30 to 50 gigabytes was big for a game. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. Now look at us. Call of Duty asking for 150 gigs to download. Making compression the data onto DV without losing fidelity or using multiple discs. The game was publicly announced 2005 by means of humorous and slightly abstract gag machinima using characters from Snake Eater under the slogan "No Place to Hide." The title was described as essentially finished by January 2008 and went through extensive beta testing at Destination PlayStation in 2008. Sony announced that the game would release worldwide in 2008 with the special Guns of the Patriot 3 and PlayStation 3 bundle. Nice! I like the theory that COD is so fat so as to force you to only have it on your machine. I think it's one of those cases where it's not really nefarious. So, like, I remember there was a article. Let me find this article. Helldivers 2 compression update. So, hang on a sec. There was an article thanks to, all right, is it this? Does this explain it? The Helldivers is a hefty game. Would have been dealing with 150 gigabyte install size since the game release, have long been complaining. Oh, here it is. According to the blog post by, let's go straight to the blog post. So, they've been looking to reduce the size of the PC installation over the last few patches while adding new content. Short-term fixes have not been enough to keep up with all of the new content in the latest patch. The longer-term goals has always been to bring the PC installation size much closer in line with the console versions. They're happy to report that thanks to their partners at Nixies, they have reached the goal much sooner than expected. By completely deduplicating data, they were able to reduce the PC installation size from 154 gigabytes to 23 gigabytes. It's completed several rounds of internal QA and are ready to roll out. So, the small percentage still using mechanical hard disks, mission loading times have only increased by a few seconds in the worst case scenario. All that is mostly redundant. Yeah, it is. Like, so that's like, so this is one example where the idea of having like duplicated data was so then that way mechanical disks didn't need to travel as far in order to load data in. So I bet you there was like some weird baked in thing when they were programming their game that it decided to do that when compiling and what have you. So there's just all these things that they're doing for like the sake of like, oh, making it more convenient for mechanical disks, which, you know, may not be as convenient now in the modern age as we're asking for people to have like, you know, solid state drives and what have you as the standard. So, but yeah, I reckon because of like something like this, where it's just sort of like, oh yeah, we got to get rid of like decoupling and what have you. I reckon, you know, the reason Call of Duty is just so large is just because of the, you know, one of the things that they do and that they pride themselves on is the sound of the gun. Like that's their, like, it's not just textures, it's also like just the like sound. They're very much interested in like, you know, doing their own original recordings and what have you. They've done a different kind of system for their ragdoll physics. Like Call of Duty, weirdly enough, like does weird small things like as extra changes that are not entirely important to, you know, the next Call of Duty for some people who are just going to play it because, you know, it's the next Call of Duty. But they still do things. So like when it comes to like, you know, sound files and what have you, those are really difficult to compress and what have you. Because right now we're still in the age of like, oh, there's a certain amount of kilobits that you have to have transmitting per second in order for the audio to sound good. And even though there's a lot of people that would probably play the video game with AirPods Bluetoothed into the PC, you still want to try and have good sound for those that are like, you know, running studio speakers or running a headset that is actually using, you know, 2.4 gigahertz sort of transmissions. Not only that, voices. There's so much voice dialogue in Call of Duty, and they do it for multiple languages as well. I wonder if there's someone that can, like, explain, like, the importance of decoupling in this. So, hang on. Nixies explains deduplication. So... Alright, let's see the tech power-up guide. Let's see if it tells us more before I get to the end of the stream. Oh, it's just regurgitating the thingamadiggy. Is this going to explain it? Since early and to suggest loading times without data could be several times slower. After measuring, say that in most games from a level generation. So, Arrowhead says that the most loading time comes from level generation rather than streaming assets, and that this work runs in parallel with disk reads. As a result, mission loads on HDs only increase by a few seconds in worst-case tests. See no practical change. Also notes that about 11% of actives still use mechanical disks. Needies. Okay, so they've given a little bit of an explanation as to why it's slower there, but not much else. But yeah, I'll need to figure out, like, what kind of game I'll play on Saturday. It might be worth going through a little bit of Armored Core 6. Like, because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or the next day. So it might be worth, you know, trying to pull myself into playing some playing some Armored Core 6, just so then that way I can get some monies on the side. And then with more monies, I can get more gear. And maybe at this point, I should probably read a game guide about, like, you know, some of the better, like, loadouts to wear in Armored Core 6 when going against some of the enemies in the level that I'm currently up to. Someone needs to hold me to that, though. I don't think it's nefarious here. I just think it's very, very funny. Yeah. Comically unoptimized use of giant textures. Yeah, and I think that's the easiest culprit right now is just we think that the streaming assets is like what's taking forever, but for the longest time, like I would say since 2008 or 2010, I think the texture sizes from 2008, 2010 was fine. I think going to the texture craziness that some people are like, oh, we need to be able to do like 4K textures and such. It's like that's not what makes the game a better quality. What makes the game a better quality is now all the generative stuff that happens after you know, the actual texture. Like it's all about, you know, thanks to fucking, you know, NVIDIA, they're now rushing over into ray tracing and, you know, the way light reflects and such like that, which is kind of cool. But by making it so that it's like, you know, forcibly computer generated, you are removing some of the, like, you know, using light as an artistic option by making it that it's like, oh, you need to like now generate a world to be more appropriate with like light sources and such, rather than, you know, coming up with like crazy little things of like, oh yes, like in a dark alleyway, you shouldn't, you know, be able to see this particular thing with the light at the end of the tunnel, but we want to direct players in an appropriate manner rather than it being diffused so quickly. AC6 might not be a good stream game by your standards, since you're definitely going to spend a lot of time girdling your loins, pucking your ass, and gritting your teeth trying to avoid 1 billion missiles. Maybe, but considering I've already gone through like 2/3 of the game, like, it's one of those ones that I kind of need to get back into it and try and get done with it. And I can probably, you know, while I'm playing through Armored Core 6, get rid of, like, the back, you know, no backseating unless you have. Yeah, like, hang on. Like, let me get Armored Core 6 up. I'm pretty sure I still have it installed. No, I do not. All right, so I'm going to need to get Armored Core 6 installed. But if I look at my achievements, let's see. I have completed all the aptitude thingamajiggies. So reached the coral convergence. I've completed the underground exploration, reached the coral convergence, cleared all the combat aptitudes, cleared taking the uninhabited floating city. So I've got like 15 out of 30 achievements right now. So yeah, cleared illegal entry, changed the color of my AC, assembled an AC. I completed Operation Wall Climber. I attacked the watch point. I completed the ocean crossing. I don't remember me streaming AC6 before. This was years ago. This would have been like when it first came out, I think. Like, let me just have a look. I got that achievement November 13th, 2023. Holy shit, Armored Core is at least 3 years old. And I haven't finished Armored Core. So, yeah. There's things I need to get done. Oh, and there's patch notes as well. A new patch. So patch 109, machine gun increases projectile, decreases weight and recoil. Okay, so they've changed how some of the weapons work. So maybe like the shotgun play may not be the new meta. Maybe that's not the meta to go for anymore. That's fine. Most people don't finish From Software games. I try to. I have a really weird sort of like, I have a love-hate relationship with From Software. Like, as Blue and as some people who have seen me comment about, like, you know, the sort of the necessity of, as, you know, popular as the genre Souls-like is, we really need to move away from Souls-like as a descriptor, because the mechanic, I love the mechanics, but I don't like the tone in a lot of games. And when you go with a game and calling it Souls-like, you're adding more than just the pure mechanics of it being, you know, a stamina-based combat system in a third person. You are adding in a lot of weird tones, such as how, like, you know, what would be a good story in a Souls-like? What's a good map design in a Souls-like? Like, there's all these kinds of things. And I know some people are like, well, why would we do that when we've got games that are quote-unquote Metroidvania or roguelike? But I think the problem is that the games that are being referenced in the roguelike do not exist in, like, you know, the more replicably playable way. The Rogue is yes, Rogue, technically speaking, is a video game, but it's not a video game that people are going back to playing because it was back during, like, the text adventures and ASCII art age. Rogue is now being utilized less as the video game it's pointing to, and more like the D&D class in a way. So you've got that, where it's like, you know, more of the squishy-ishiness of a rogue with the potential of attack and the, you know, quick on your feet and eat in the moment, but also the strategizing outside of it. There was some kerfuffle at launch where all the Dark Souls tryhards keep throwing themselves into AC6 meat grinder because they keep thinking that they don't need to modify their kits, and they just keep telling themselves, I just need to dodge faster. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, here's the thing. Like Armored Core 6, mechanically speaking, is a Souls-like. You've got your stamina, which is power, and, like, quite frankly, this is probably going to be crazier. Armored Core 6 plays a little more like Monster Hunter. All right, hear me out. Because an important thing in Monster Hunter isn't just how well you play with your weapon. It's which weapon you choose. It's not about the weapon only. It's about the gear that you wear, the composition, the balance of, you know, defense versus attack. While you do have smaller stragglers, ideally you are setting yourselves up not to deal with the smaller stragglers as you run through this gauntlet, but in actuality to get to the boss area where there's a pattern to recognize and to engage and fight. This is like, Blue hates me for calling Monster Hunter a Souls-like, because, well, technically speaking, Monster Hunter came in around before Dark Souls came in, so you could argue that, you know, Dark Souls is more of a Monster Hunter-like, which, you know, take it as you will, because there's also Kingsfield as well. But the point is that like it's a genre that I feel like it should get. Monster Hunter is definitely not a Souls-like, in my honest opinion. It's not nearly as door. Does he know about the DOUR? The what? The door. That's what I first thought of when you wrote DOUR. Like, is that a word? DOUR? Hang on. Door. Duva. Relentless, severe, stern, or gloomy in manner of. But this settled. But like, Izzy. That's why I think the Souls-like should like be changed. Like the name needs to change. Duweir. Oh, Duweir. But yeah, like that's the thing is that I like a genre shouldn't be indicative of the appearance or the tone. Like there was a time where we just called first person. That's even more incorrect. What? I'm looking. Hang on. Opera GX. Let me get the pronunciation.
Doer.
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 Doer. Okay, doer. But yeah, it's an so adjective. Relentlessly severe, stern, or gloomy in manner or appearance. Oh, it's come from Durus. That's not how I remember people saying that.
Doer.
Is sometimes confused with dour.
Dower.
Do you mean dour?
Dower.
So, It's just like,
Doer.
Doer. I wonder why people doer is sometimes confused with dour, and then it's like, yeah, dour is like the. But yeah, like I get. So, are you talking about? Hang on, let me just hit back again. Is how I remember people saying doer, but doer is the word. But okay, so you're using this word. You're using the adjective of like stern, gloomy, and all that. But yeah, like here's the thing: is that like the reason why I'm advocating for a change into the genre name of Dark Souls is because as like the like if you explain like the Souls-like is like it's carrying a lot of baggage, okay? Because there's a difference. There's a difference between a MAGA hat and a red hat. They are two separate kinds of words, but that's probably like the way I would try and explain like why I want to move away from like Souls-like and trying to find the genre that explains it better. Because like, you know, there's just this baggage with Souls-like where it's like, oh, people like expect a more dour, like a gloomy appearance, and that it needs to be having like, you know, callbacks and, you know, winding secrets and like, you know, oh, the story should be like slowly divulged and such like that. It's like we're slowly getting video games that are in this Souls-like, mechanically speaking, but are not following, you know, some of the design rules of Dark Souls, especially in terms of narrative and tone. And as we get further away from that, I think it would be appropriate to do something. Because like, I know some people point to like, what about Metroidvania? But Metroidvania doesn't really have as much baggage in terms of the tone as much. It also has to be about decay, in particular refusing to actually die. That's like, is that a mechanical thing, or is that a narrative thing? Because I feel like the feeling of like, you know, decay and the refusal to die is a very narrative thing for a Souls-like. Although it could be argued that because of the like we do the okay. It's tricky. It's a very tricky sort of topic to have. I will be real with you, because like, you know, some people are totally fine with Souls-like, but for me, like the mechanic of Souls-like I can kind of enjoy, but I like, for instance, like I quite frankly, I feel like it shouldn't be such a crazy thing to be like, I would love Dark Souls if it was easier. I like the mechanics. I like the winding, like, you know, map design where like it, you know, you turn a corner and then you open up a shortcut back to base. I love these things. But, you know, it would be nice if it was easier. Dark Souls is about playing a guy who also refuses to die and cannot really die, and it's a story about why that's a problem. So narratively, Dark Souls does that. Bloodborne doesn't do that explicitly, and I think Bloodborne is more about like insanity and power. So it's like sort of like this would be a really great conversation or like discussion. Bloodborne very much does that. What, the refusal to die thing, or the delving of like power and its hand in insanity? Refusal to die. Okay. Right, like I don't know why. I thought Spore, you refuse to die. You started from literally a multi-celled organism to a spacefaring species. Cyberpunk, you refuse to die. Like, I can... The refusal... Maybe I'm going overly broad. Maybe that's... Yeah, it's not helpful if I'm going overly broad. So... I need to get... someone did a really good video about, like, the Souls-like thing, because... Like, the framework they had talking about, like, you know, the Souls-like, you know, not being a really appropriate name was when we had Doom clones, Doom likes, about gaining godhood for the many so they can avoid dying as well. Yes. Oh, there's a series of hunters that are doing it. There's a series of hunters that are literally doing it to, like... Oh, never mind. But yeah. I think I'm gonna call it here. It's like, it's almost encroaching 10 o'clock, and, you know, we've got... So yeah, so... Dropping Yakuza series, because, like, with the way... Like, I have the full-time job, and with the kind of games that I normally play, and the time I give them... and, like, the audience's sort of, like, engagement with it, I will be real with you. When I'm playing video games and such on stream, there is definitely an element of, like, is the audience engaging with me and this content in chat while I'm playing this game? Because if I'm playing a video game and, like, I easily get through, like, over an hour with no word from chat and such like that, I feel like something is wrong. I feel like I fucked up and that I'm not, you know, offering much compared to just, you know, letting someone watch, you know, a YouTube video of, like, other people already playing it and such like that. Like, so yeah. So I'm probably gonna, most likely gonna be dropping the Yakuza series, quite frankly, which makes it really disappointing because I've not played that many RPGs, like, on my stream, especially, like, franchise ones. Like, because here's the thing, is, like, I've already played BioShock long ago, but not on stream. Granted, I've just recently completed BioShock 1 and BioShock 2. I have and I gotta go through BioShock Infinite. I have gone through Mass Effect long time ago, and when they released Legendary Edition, I decided to be like, yes, I am going to go through the Mass Effect series because I very much loved it. I went through Dragon Age Vanguard. That one did kind of encroach on, you know, too much time is being spent on this game. Let me just go through a week-long blitz, and I think I was losing audiences day after day after day. So I feel like the only successful like RPGs have been Clair Obscura because, you know, it was the one game, everyone was playing it, and I somehow hit that like the little thingamadiggy, and Kingdom Hearts because I engaged with it, I enjoyed it. It was nostalgia for a lot of people, so everyone was coming in and was like, you know, this moment here or that moment there, similar to Devil May Cry or some of the games of Metal Gear. Cookie for Fizz Tiger. Here's your cookie, Fizz Tiger. I am going to call the stream here, and I am going to go and raid into my good friend Code the Yoshi. Right now, Code the Yoshi is going through a little bit of Control. I have gone through Control long ago. There's a lot of games I've gone through on stream and stuff like that. That's what happens when you've gone through at least 4 years of streaming. But yeah, so we're gonna go raid into them. We're just gonna go with a short and sweet himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I will be hopping offline afterwards. I will need to figure out what it is that I want to play on the Saturday morning. It can't be something that takes 4 hours because I have got to find a way to get to my sister's for lunch. And yeah, it's most likely going to be Armored Core 6 just to see how well I do. I just need to remember to play some Armored Core 6 Thursday, Friday, so then that way I can get a feel for it. But yeah, definitely need to think of, you know, a series to play because I've got like Crash Bandicoot and the Uncharted series. Gears of War is available on the Xbox game. Like, there's a lot of games I could be playing. Maybe I'll pick something up on the PC again, like maybe Crash Bandicoot or the Uncharted series. Those might actually be nice ones to do because then that way they're like, you know, not super long. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream of random nonsense here and there. I greatly appreciate it. I hope to hear or see some of you when I am over in Saturday morning stream and get chatting. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I hope you all have a wonderful little time over at Codes, and if I don't see you on Saturday, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.